Whispers rise from the soil, carried on winds that sweep across forgotten lands. Beneath deserts, mountains and forests lie stories untold, remnants of civilizations erased not by time alone, but by forces we may never fully grasp. Broken stones hide beneath shifting sands, and drowned ruins lurk where oceans stretch endlessly, their silence betraying the presence of a history that once thrived. Imagine walking a field unaware that beneath your very steps rests the architecture of an entire world, lives lived, songs sung, and rituals performed, all swallowed whole by silence. Why were these civilizations buried in obscurity, and who decided their memory should fade? Tonight, we descend into mysteries untamed by science, unsettling in their strangeness, yet captivating in their persistence. But before we begin, tell me, where are you listening from, and what time of night has pulled you here, into the shadows of the forgotten? These aren't bedtime stories, these are wounds in the earth, opened slowly. You'll hear voices of those who built with purpose, vanished without reason, and were forgotten too neatly. We've gathered what little remains, stones without names, scripts without tongues, cities without exits. You've found your way here, so keep listening, because by the end of this, you may start to remember something you've never been told. In the shadow of the Hindu Kush, where Afghanistan's Bamiyan cliffs once held giant Buddhas, a deeper valley curls west, unnamed, unmarked, and mostly unmapped. Local shepherds won't cross it, not from fear, but from instruction, oral taboos that say the land folds time. Explorers who entered reported a geometric depression hidden beneath glacial runoff. Carved stone foundations were found that predated all known architecture by millennia. But the strangest part wasn't the masonry, it was the language. Angular, non-Indo-European, etched backward, left to right, then mirrored. No records in known Sumerian, Elamite, or Vedic traditions mention any civilization here. No trade routes pass through. Yet the ruins show aqueducts, irrigation channels, and amphora fragments with symbols pressed from molds. Mass production without culture. Whatever lived here wasn't primitive, it just wasn't supposed to be. Reports of the discovery never survived intact. Only one journal resurfaced, water damaged, repeating a single phrase: they were not born, they arrived. Since then, all attempts to remap the site have failed. Satellite images distort, compass readings spiral. The valley has no official name, because naming something makes it real, and this place refuses reality. A drone survey once attempted to remap the valley using infrared. It vanished mid-transmission. No crash detected. The final frame? An aerial grid of shallow depressions forming a perfect helix, kilometers wide, as if the entire landscape had been coded. Soil samples taken from the outer perimeter revealed traces of resin, not pine, not cedar, but something synthetic, unclassifiable, carbon-dense. Researchers speculated it could be fossilized industrial runoff, except no industry had ever existed there. The theory was quietly shelved. Still, whispers persisted. Nearby villagers described dreams of staircases that descended without end, and humming that only occurred in one ear, always the left. A film crew attempted to document the area. They made it halfway into the valley before their microphones began recording backwards audio in a language that doesn't exist. They turned back. That footage was never aired. The valley remains off limits, not by decree, but by agreement, as if those who enter feel some ancestral reluctance. It is not cursed, it is remembered by something older than memory itself. A wandering monk once passed through the outer rim of the valley on pilgrimage. He reported seeing columns of light emerging from the ground, silent, flickering, perfectly vertical. He tried to approach, but was seized by nausea so intense, he collapsed. Locals found him hours later, repeating a mantra not known in any Tibetan, Pali, or Sanskrit dialect. Linguists later realized it matched no phoneme group from any documented language on Earth. The monk recovered, but when shown images of the valley's terrain, he wept, claiming he had been inside a memory that wasn't his. That's the most consistent testimony: intrusion, not discovery. The deeper you go into the valley, the the more the ground reflects you, echoes of things you've never done, places you haven't visited, faces you remember without names. Some call it a glitch in history. Others say it's the origin point of civilization, one that never spread, never conquered, but instead remained, still, preserved in silence, because it chose to be, not forgotten, withdrawn, and every now and then, when the right person enters, it offers a glimpse, but only if you promise to forget. Satellite imaging yielded anomalous results. Reflections where no water existed, shadows cast without corresponding structures, and color distortions in only one spectrum. Infrared redacted the terrain like censorship. Still, one pattern repeated: octagonal stone patterns, precisely spaced, not graves, not buildings, just imprints, arranged like binary. One researcher called it the architectural equivalent of static. The valley, she claimed, wasn't a settlement. It was a storage medium, a living archive, but of what, no one could say. Just weeks after publishing her first report, she vanished. Her assistant, the last person to speak with her, reported that she had become obsessed with dreams of marble teeth grinding the sky. No signs of foul play were found, only her notebook remained, its final entry sketched in looping lines that, when digitized, formed a spectrogram, a vocal frequency pattern used in some extinct bird species. The valley doesn't remember us like ruins do. It records, but not in stone, in those who come too close. From above, the valley seems impossibly symmetrical, not in layout, but in erosion. Wind patterns have not shaped it naturally. Each ridge seems sheared at deliberate angles, as if carved by mathematical wind. This led physicists to consider whether the site sat above a magnetic anomaly. Readings proved inconclusive, but magnetic filings drifted toward a central point. A depression shaped like an open palm, layered with fossilized pollen from no known species. A temple once existed here, they think, but the foundation stones don't align with any known geocultural building logic. They appear to lean, ever so slightly, towards something underground. Experimental radar pulses mapped a chamber buried beneath the surface, hexagonal, metallic and hollow. Before excavation could begin, a minor quake sealed the access point. Or that's the official report. The team never returned. Some say it wasn't a quake. It was the valley closing its hand, not rejecting intrusion, but pausing, because something inside still listens. Buried beneath dunes that shift with each breath of desert wind, lies a city frozen in silence. Its walls, uncovered only in fragments, stand too precise to be natural, slabs aligned with uncanny accuracy, staircases carved to dimensions that seem built for beings taller than us. Sand swallows and reveals it in cycles, as if deciding when the world is allowed a glimpse. Explorers speak of hearing faint echoes within these ruins, though the chambers are empty. Some claim it is only the wind, but others insist the sound carries rhythm, as though voices once chanted here and have never truly stopped. At night, when stars burn like shards of glass above, the ruins gleam with an unnatural pallor, as though lit from within. Every grain of sand seems to whisper of those who stood here, long before history decided they never had. The carvings discovered on broken stone tablets do not match any known script. Some characters resemble constellations, others depict spirals and looping knots that defy translation. Scholars attempt to force meaning into them, aligning them with languages of nearby cultures, but the patterns resist such efforts, bending logic into abstraction. A few believe the script was not meant for reading but for resonance, sigils designed to be spoken or sung rather than interpreted by the eye. In this theory, the walls themselves become instruments, resonating with sound when touched in the right way. Those who linger too long near these inscriptions sometimes grow dizzy, claiming the characters shimmer faintly, rearranging themselves when unobserved. Whether trick of the desert sun or something older, it deepens the sense that these stones remember more than we allow ourselves to know. The city's alignment to the stars is perhaps its most unsettling trait. Its avenues are not random. They point with precision to constellations that no longer occupy the same positions in the sky. Over centuries, the heavens drift, yet this city seems mapped to a starfield that existed long before the current horizon. Astronomers who study its angles insist such accuracy could not have been achieved without advanced instruments. But how could a culture erased from memory have known the motions of the cosmos so intimately? The geometry suggests more than stargazing. It hints at ritual, at purpose, as though the city itself was a compass, a stage for communion not with earth, but with the heavens. If true, then its builders carried knowledge we have lost, knowledge too vast to be dismissed as coincidence. Travelers who reach the ruins describe a heavy stillness, as though the desert itself pauses at its edges. Birds refuse to circle overhead, and animals keep their distance, skirting wide arcs around its boundaries. Even insects seem absent, leaving the city untouched by the usual crawl of life. Those who camp within its walls report uneasy dreams, visions of torchlit processions, of voices chanting in harmonies beyond human range, of figures carved in shadow against the stone. Some awaken with sand clinging to their skin in strange shapes, spirals and sigils they cannot recall tracing. The desert wind quickly erases these marks, but the memory remains, an intrusion, an impression left by something both present and unreachable. The city feels alive, though buried, waiting though forgotten. The ruins reveal corridors that lead nowhere, staircases that ascend into collapsed ceilings, and doorways sealed with stones too heavy to have been lifted by ancient tools. Yet the placement of each block feels deliberate, as though every sealed passage hides a decision, not a collapse. Ground-penetrating scans suggest chambers beneath chambers, layers of construction stacked like the rings of a tree, each built atop the last. It is as though generations returned here, refusing to abandon the site, expanding its reach deeper and deeper into the earth. But at some point, the work ceased, and the sands were left to claim what remained. Why? No famine marks, no war scars, no mass graves have been found. The silence of their absence speaks louder than discovery ever could. Legends whispered by nearby communities tell of a place forbidden to speak of aloud. The elders say the desert swallowed it, because it had grown too powerful, its people too ambitious. They describe a city that did not worship gods, but sought to rival them, drawing strength from the stars and the earth alike. In this telling, the sands were punishment, a veil cast over arrogance. Others offer a gentler story, that the city's inhabitants chose to vanish, walking willingly into the dunes to escape something far greater. Both tales carry the same warning. The ruins are not meant to be disturbed, yet curiosity drives footsteps back here, again and again, chasing echoes left in stone. When night falls and the wind quiets, the ruins seem to breathe. The temperature shifts unpredictably. Explorers describe sudden waves of warmth, followed by a chill that burns the skin. Instruments detect nothing unusual, but the body knows otherwise. Some recount hearing the low thrum of vibrations beneath their feet, too steady to be mere tremors. Others feel compelled to place their palms upon the stone, reporting sensations like faint heartbeats pulsing from within. The more sensitive claim the ruins test them, measuring something unseen, deciding who may walk freely and who must leave. It is not hostility, they say, but recognition, a city aware of its visitors, and unwilling to reveal itself to just anyone. The deeper archaeologists dig, the more contradictions emerge. Pottery shards resemble none from neighboring cultures. Bones discovered here show anomalies. Elongated skulls, joints fused in patterns unlike human anatomy. Tools forged from metals not found in nearby regions appear without explanation, their edges sharp enough to cut even now. Yet these artifacts arrive in fragments, never in abundance, as though the desert itself allows only hints to surface. For every item uncovered, another vanishes, swallowed again by shifting sands. Records of these finds are often inconsistent, with sketches and photographs fading, corrupted, or misfiled in archives. Researchers grow frustrated, convinced the city resists documentation. It exists, yet refuses to be pinned down by our methods of proof. Some believe the ruins mark not a city, but a threshold. The design of its walls, the precision of its chambers, and the mystery of its star alignments suggest more than simple habitation. Perhaps it was never meant for life as we know it, but for passage, for transition from one realm to another. In this interpretation, the city was a gate, a constructed border where the earth met something beyond it. The sealed corridors, the spiral carvings, the subterranean chambers, all become symbols of descent, of transformation. If true, then those who vanished here may not have died at all. They may have stepped through, leaving nothing behind but a shell of stone for us to misinterpret. Today, only fragments rise above the dunes, jagged outlines of what once commanded awe. Yet even in its fractured state, the city resists dismissal. It lingers like a shadow across the desert, too deliberate to ignore, too strange to explain. Those who stand within its boundaries sense the enormity of what was lost, an entire civilization cut from history, denied its chapter in our story. And perhaps that is the point. Some truths are not erased by accident, but by choice. Whether silenced by their own hands or by forces greater than we dare imagine, the city remains, waiting beneath the sands, watching the horizon, and reminding us that the desert does not merely bury, it protects. Far beneath the restless surface of the ocean, where sunlight fractures into shifting ribbons of gold, lie temples swallowed whole by the sea. Columns lean like tired guardians, and fluted stones wear the soft polish of centuries of current. Yet when divers press their hands to the masonry, they feel intentionality, as if each block were fitted with an understanding of tides. The layout is not random. Rings, spirals, and radial avenues appear only when the site is viewed from above, a geometry too precise for simple erosion. Fish move through open archways, as if performing the last liturgy. Anemones hang like prayer flags. The first impression is always the same, a hush that feels deliberate, not accidental. Scientists call it preservation by water. Poets call it a sleeping city. Locals tell quieter things that beginning and end live close here, that the sea keeps bargains. The stones themselves carry a vocabulary of craft and ritual, bas reliefs of gestures that repeat across courtyards, threshold stones keyed with small notches, and drains that suggest ceremonial flow rather than drainage alone. When divers map the floor, they discover terraces laid like stages, platforms oriented to currents rather than sun, and small basins that might once have held offerings now colonized by coralline life. Cameras fail to capture a fullness that the diver remembers, the way a column's shadow slides like a hand across a floor, the way sound compresses into the hush of salt. To enter is to be held between two chronologies, the human and the oceanic, where memory is both sediment and song. The temple city under the waves resists simple labeling. It is ruin, ritual, and an argument that the sea protects what the shore could not safely keep. The grandest stair in the sunken complex descends into silt, and then into something that looks like absence. Divers who follow it report a thickening of water and vision, as if the ocean itself gathers to cloak whatever lies deeper. Steps widen into terraces that vanish under moving sand. Walls along the descent hold carvings of figures whose limbs stretch and bend in poses not quite human. The iconography resists classification. Part bird, part wave, part spiral, beings that might enact covenant or warning. Cameras struggling with low-light conditions often return footage that, when replayed, stutters between clarity and smear as if the stone itself interferes. Those who push onwards sometimes glimpse parallel corridors, half buried in coral, hints of courtyards and colonnades that continue beyond silt horizons. Importantly, the surfaces here keep patterns consistent. Motifs repeat across different structures, like a script written in bas relief. Divers return changed by what they saw, some elated, some withdrawn, and carry with them an afterimage not easily shed. Spirals impressed upon vision that recede, but never fully leave. Attempts to remove small carved fragments for study meet resistance of a more practical kind. The fragments corrode rapidly, once separated from the site, and when conserved they appear pallid and less exact than in situ reliefs. The staircase thus functions as both access and barrier. It invites exploration and then cloaks what lies further, as if the architecture itself decides how much of its liturgy the living may borrow. Debate swirls over why these temples lie beneath the waves. One account reads the sites as deliberate offerings, structures built at water's edge to be claimed in ceremonial surrender, when a community reached a limit of prosperity or arrogance. In that framing, drowning the sanctuaries is an act of reciprocity, stone offered to sea in exchange for calm and harvest. Another account is darker, sudden inundation by a tidal wall, a quake-triggered surge, or climatic overturn that forced people to watch their monuments sink. The submerged plan supports both readings. Courtyards face sea lanes, sacrificial basins sit in waterline zones, and terraces show repairs consistent with long occupancy, rather than abrupt abandonment. But layers of sediment and coral growth complicate chronological readings, and sections of wall show reworking that suggests repeated returns, rather than a single catastrophe. Whether sacrifice or disaster, the ocean's silence now functions as Voltan verdict. It holds scales of absence, archaeology's puzzles and diver testimony, and the longer one studies the site, the more one grasps that the water mediates memory differently. Where we expect a single causal arc, the sea offers plural histories layered like silt. That the ruins persist at all argues for craftsmanship and social organization, but their submersion reframes the meaning of permanence. Here to be preserved is to be relinquished, preserved in motion rather than fixity. The temples keep a twilight story of people who negotiated meaning with the sea, and of a memory that the water established on its own terms. Spending too long within these sunk sanctuaries changes people in subtle, persistent ways. Divers report auditory anomalies, low harmonic pulses that register in the teeth more than the ears, a residual vibration that persists after surfacing. Some hear indistinct whispering through regulators, phrases that dissolve at the edge of comprehension. Physiologically, individuals show no consistent pathology, and yet the pattern repeats: disrupted sleep, dreams populated by processions underwater, and a compulsion to return. One diver described waking with the impression of scaled hands pressing in rhythm against his ribs. Another dreamt of lantern processions descending a stair into blue. Some of these narratives are easily explained as post-dive stress or nitrogen narcosis, but the repetition across independent accounts suggests an experiential quality generated by the place itself. Instruments sometimes pick up pulses, ultrasonic spikes and low-frequency hums that vanish when moved a few meters away. Brain scans after extended dives sometimes show altered activity in limbic and auditory areas, but the data are sparse and ambiguous. Still, the human testimony is vivid and consistent. People speak of memories not their own, as if a cultural residue lived in the stones, and the stones in turn sing into the bodies of those who come too close. To study the ruins is to confront an ethics of exposure. How much of a past should we invite into present minds? The temples seem to give freely and take insistently. Their gift is a half memory that anchors itself in the diver and distracts that person from ordinary life. Marine archaeologists who bring instruments into the temples describe persistent interference that retards conventional study. Sonar returns distort into patterns that refuse triangulation. The magnetic compass wobbles at odd angles, and underwater lights dim inexplicably when sweeps cross particular facades. Field recordings sometimes arrive as looped fragments, data drives that contain footage, occasionally corrupt in a way localized to temple scans. The pattern is not random. Failures concentrate on the built features, not the surrounding sand. The implication is provocative. Perhaps the site sits above a geological anomaly, pockets of iron, magnetic strata, or hydrothermal activity that scramble instruments. Or perhaps the ruins interact with fields differently because of construction materials unknown in regional contexts. Some technicians whisper of equipment that simply won't hold a reading there, as if the site resists being converted to numbers. The consequence is practical and maddening. Research plans collapse, budgets drain, and the institutions that sponsor work lose appetite for repeated failure. Yet the failures also produce an aesthetic, an undocumentable site, a place whose fullest evidence comprises human memory, diver narrative, and the occasional corrupted log. The ruins thus partially shelter themselves from scientific extraction, and that shelter becomes a form of agency, whether accidental or intentional is open to argument. The sea becomes both keeper and censor, allowing fragments through while refusing the comprehensive archive researchers desire. The scale and finish of the temple architecture force a re-evaluation of the builder's sophistication. Massive blocks fit with astonishing precision, thresholds align across courtyards, and terraced platforms accommodate gatherings of numbers that demand complex provisioning. Simple models of subsistence economies struggle to explain the apparent logistics, quarrying, hauling, and aligning such stone below tidal ranges. It implies planning, specialization, and social organization capable of sustained public works. If the temples served ritual purposes, their programmers also engineered durability, foundations interlocked, channels routed to control silt, and facing stones selected for abrasion resistance. Tools and techniques implied by the workmanship exceed what nearby coastal records attribute to contemporary societies. The implications are unnerving. Either a known society developed extraordinary maritime engineering that current chronicles fail to note, or a different, perhaps older culture built with a technological vocabulary we do not fully grasp. The orientation of many platforms, some aimed seaward like signal stages, suggests the builders expected viewers from the water as much as the land. Their messages may have been intended not for local worshippers alone, but for travelers, sailors, or other entities who read forms from the deep. In any case, the ruins evidence a purposeful architecture that interacts with the ocean's rhythms as collaborator rather than victim. Coral growth wraps the stones like living tapestry, disguising and preserving at once. When divers clear patches, carvings beneath the polyp colonies reveal recurring motifs, concentric circles, radiating lines, jagged teeth-like patterns, and interlocking spirals that repeat across temples. These motifs do not look decorative alone. They appear functional, arranged to work with flow and light. Under narrow beam lamps, some of the bas-reliefs exhibit faint luminescent traces, phosphorescent responses that sputter along grooves and then fade. Witnesses swear these flashes occur only when carvings are exposed to certain angles and are not reproducible outside the site. The form's repetition argues for a shared symbolic system, or for assemblies of craftsmen working to a common code. The motifs might operate as channeling devices, focusing microcurrents, influencing eddies, or directing sediment in ways that protect carved surfaces. Alternatively, they could encode information, calendars, tidal algorithms, or ceremonial sequences. The functional possibility raises the stakes. If the bas-reliefs serve hydraulic or acoustic tasks, then the temples are simultaneously technological and sacred. Divers who scrape coral away briefly reveal that stone beneath retains microscopic abrasions patterned like machining marks, further complicating the assumption that the work was purely hand-shaped. Whatever their original meaning, the carvings persist as both script and machine, a hybrid that invites study and admits only partial comprehension. Fishing communities along the coast carry oral memories about a shore city that prospered by conversing with the sea. Their tales are not uniform, but a recurring thread holds the ocean was a moral actor. Offerings mattered. A storm could be placated, a monument could be honored, neglect could provoke ruin. Elders speak of rituals to soothe currents, of priestly families who kept complicated calendars of swell and moon, of processions that marched on low tide and sang to rocks. These stories are framed as prudence rather than history, warnings passed to children about arrogance and the sea's temper. They color local attitudes toward diving, a taboo against long expeditions, a belief that the ocean collects names and takes them, and a superstition that some stones are not meant to be touched. Yet when fishermen see divers emerge with fragments, they behave with a resigned sorrow, You cannot take what the sea decided to keep, they say. The collective memory thus preserves the temple city's presence, without providing maps or dates. It compounds the narrative already present in stone and water, with human ethics, that certain places belong to elements, and that crossing those boundaries invites debt. The oral tradition keeps the site as much as it forgets it, passing a sense of custodial restraint down generations. Efforts to date the structures meet inconsistent readings that refuse tidy chronologies. Samples of stone show where patterns incompatible with a single occupation period. Coralline growths suggest multiple episodes of exposure and burial, and sediment cores present stratified layers that align poorly with regional sea level models. At times, samples from contiguous faces yield divergent results, as if different parts of a single block experience different temporal regimes. Some researchers propose phased occupation, repeated construction, partial burial, and reoccupation across long arcs. Others suggest that the ocean's chemistry here warps standard proxies, making radiometric and biological clocks unreliable. The possibility that these structures predate known coastal civilizations remains controversial, but it cannot be fully dismissed. If true, their existence would complicate narratives about technological diffusion and maritime capability. The implication is unnerving for conventional histories, an advanced coastal tradition, whether continuous or episodic, that left behind monuments purposefully placed where the sea would keep them. The lack of clear dates then becomes not merely a methodological difficulty, but a historical clue. These people may have arranged their monuments in ways that intentionally confound later chronologies, sheltering knowledge beneath water as a means of selective transmission. Those who study the temples sometimes find themselves drawn back despite risks. The place has an axis of compulsion. The ruins call like a half-remembered melody. Scientific curiosity explains some of it, but many report an emotional tug that feels older, like an echo of ritual obligation. Diver logs are full of accounts of people who extended missions, returned on personal time, and in some cases sacrificed careers to press deeper into the ruins' patterns. This obsession resembles pilgrimage, repeated return as enactment. Friends and families of such divers describe changes, withdrawal, a narrowed focus on the site, and a growing acceptance of the ruins' inscrutability. Some researchers become evangelists for the site's protection. Others become hoarders of partial data, guarding footage because it seems too powerful to share. The temples exert a social effect beyond the physical. They shape communities of inquiry, ethics debates, and funding cycles. This contagious devotion sustains the work, but also risks replicating the very cult of place the original builders might have resisted. The tension is subtle. The more one seeks to make the temples legible, the more one risks reinscribing them into a history that could empower claimants to control knowledge. There is a bitter irony in trying to rescue the builders from oblivion. Modern investigators may remake the mechanisms of memory into instruments of possession. Storm seasons accentuate the place's strangeness above. Waves throw themselves into white chaos. Below, within the temple courtyards, water sometimes calms, as though a bubble of hush encloses stone. Divers recount being pulled into a clarity, where surface tumult cannot touch them. Sound becomes thin and compressed. Particulate matter drops and visibility improves. Some interpret this as geomorphological shelter, an eddying pattern made stable by architecture. Others see something sacred, a domain where the constructed measures the sea, and not vice versa. That calm can be protective. It allows study during storms that would otherwise make diving impossible, but it also feels like a boundary in moral terms, a place where the sea's full fury yields only to ritual centers. Those who reach these courtyards describe an eerie intimacy, stone cool against glove, fish circling like attendants, and a sensation of being witnessed by an intelligence organized around slow time. Such experiences deepen the sense that the temples are not merely abandoned. They remain curated by the sea. To stand in a courtyard while the world above rages is to be reminded that human stories can be preserved in contexts that resist ordinary rescue. The statues found scattered across plazas and approaches complicate any simple reading of the sites. Their features are eroded, but their poses remain deliberate. Hands crossed, heads bowed, or arms raised, as in invocation. Some exhibit elongations or proportions outside the human norm, elongated faces, narrow trunks, and stylized limbs that suggest either an aesthetic canon or depictions of beings not entirely human. The quantity of effigies in some areas suggests a ritual density, processional lines, guardian pairs flanking approaches, and clusters forming patterns that reference thresholds. Yet, human remains are scarce. Where burials exist, they are peripheral and rarely associated directly with the statues. This absence prompts theories. Perhaps the effigies stood in for the dead, a culture that preferred monumental substitution. Perhaps they represented entities, venerated rather than humans honored, or perhaps mortuary practices, placed bodies elsewhere, cremated, scattered, or committed to water. The formal language of the statues, repeated stances, common motifs, carved across vast distances, indicates a shared ritual vocabulary that linked disparate constructions into a cultural whole. The statues' silent faces continue to stare into blue space, guarding mysteries that have long outlived the hands that carved them. Not every return from the deep is triumphant. Accidents cluster here in unusual numbers. Equipment fails in concentrated sets. Lights die, regulators jam, instruments report implausible readings. In several recorded incidents, divers became disoriented and failed to reach their lines. In others, whole cameras failed at critical moments. Survivors tell stories that blur technology and myth. A light blinks and the diver briefly sees processions. Instruments report fiendish numbers and then normalize. A compass spins until it steadies pointing not north, but a line toward a submerged corridor. The pattern poses hard questions. Are these simple accidents magnified by narrative need, or does the site host predictable hazards that resist mitigation? The human costs are real. Some have died here, and the families of the lost speak of the place in tones of sorrow and taboo. Local sailors refuse to lead dives into some sectors, and warn divers to respect seasons and omens. The dangerous reputation thus becomes itself a kind of protection, deterring casual intrusion and preserving the temples through cultivated fear. Whether accidental or designed, the lethal pattern contributes to the site's aura, a place that demands respect and punishes trespass in ways both practical and symbolic. Modern efforts to map the ocean floor advance steadily elsewhere, but these temples confound even the best instruments. Autonomous gliders return distorted topographies, multi-beam sonar paints inconsistent contours, and remote cameras sometimes transmit only static when focused on certain facades. The sea seems to conceal and reveal on its own terms, leaking glimpses that are tantalizingly incomplete. A plaza here, a colonnade there, glimpses of terraces like teeth. The cumulative effect is tantalizing, enough data to prove complexity, but never enough to deliver a complete plan. As a result, the story of the temples is told patchily, through divers' notes, corrupted tapes, fragmentary sensor files, and fisherfolk lore. This partiality matters. The ruins resist totalization. They force a narrative that is stitched and fragmentary, attentive to interruptions and collapses in evidence. For scholars, this partiality is frustrating. For storytellers and poets, it is fertile. The temple's resistance to complete capture preserves mystery, and perhaps that is part of their survival strategy, remain partially unreadable, so that no single claim can fold them into the ledger of any one people or era. To look into the courtyards of the sunken temples is to be reminded of history's incompleteness. The structures testify to skill, ritual, and a relation to the sea we barely comprehend. Their builders are nameless in our records, but their work persists as argument and invitation. Argument that civilizations can choose forms of memory that resist surfaces, an invitation to those who would risk dissent and curiosity. Whether these sanctuaries sank as sacrifice or as catastrophe, whether they were engineered to interact with currents or to defy them, They now sit as patient teachers, stones that hold patterns and stories in measures the shore cannot easily read. For those who study them, the temples demand humility. Technology will map some things, but other truths come in diver testimony, fisherfolk caution, and ruined stone. The ocean keeps its bargains, it grants fragments and withholds the whole. In that dynamic, the temples remain both cautionary tale and irresistible promise. We cannot possess all of the past, but we can listen to its partial voice and respect the ways a vanished civilization chose to live and to be taken. Beneath a canopy of strangling roots, and a roof of green so dense, the sun forgets its place. A city once stood with streets threaded by canals and plazas, arranged like the face of a clock. The civilization that raised these stones carved its laws into pillars, mapped its gods across murals, and kept records in clay baked until the script shone. When explorers first stumbled upon the outer walls, vines had claimed the lower courses, but the upper frieze remained sharp, as if someone had polished the surface yesterday. In chambers cleared of detritus, shelves once stacked with tablets sat empty, their niches scarred by removal, and the lintels carried faint scratches as if names had been etched then erased. Elders living near the ruins tell of stories struck from songbooks, melodies that stop mid-verse when the wind passes through the archways. The planners of the city emphasized anonymity in public spaces, benches without plaques, columns bearing symbolic reliefs, but no patron names. That deliberate absence persists now as a hollow echo, a civic choice translated into silence. Archaeologists puzzle over deliberate deletion rather than random decay. The stones remain obliging, readable in fragments, and the city keeps its archive in the dark, records absent, but not empty. Memory gathers in the gaps, and those who listen can almost hear the ledger unwrite itself. Along a coastline where mangroves drew salt into tangled fingers, an ancient harbour once thrummed with exchange and public decree. Warehouses align on quays built with precision. Gangways meet at angles that channel wave and wind in equal measure. Pottery stamps repeat across amphorae, matching motifs on inland seals, implying a polity whose economic reach folded across landscapes, now divided by forgotten borders. Yet where one expects market ledgers, officials' lists, and donor plates, there are blanks, plinths scraped clean, tablets scored until their characters disappear into grooves. The economy of the port must have relied on names, on credit and reputation, but the deliberate erasure suggests a civic policy that preferred anonymity or secrecy. Perhaps contracts were consummated in ephemeral rites that left no inscription, or perhaps records were removed to protect those who transacted there. Stories among coastal fishermen speak of ledger keepers who took names to the water's edge, spoke them aloud, and watched them dissolve into spray. Whether right or purge, the absence functions as protection and as control. To remove a name is to unmake a claim, to deny lineage, to remove the trace of entitlement. The port endures as a testament to organized exchange without written witnesses, an economy that prospered, then vanished into silence. In a fertile valley, ringed by bare rock, terraced fields, attest to a civilization whose hydraulic mastery supported dense populations. Channels cut with fine gradients carry water across levels, supplying planted beds like arteries supply a body. Stones in the terraces bear shallow hollows used for offerings, or perhaps anchoring ritual poles, and the plazas at their centers hosted processions that tied agricultural cycles to civic identity. Yet the names of those who administered irrigation appear nowhere. Where one would expect dedications to patrons and lists of overseers, there are neutral marks, icons representing guilds but not people. This absence seems intentional, an institutional anonymity, ensuring that access to water could not be monopolized by lineage. The effect was social, ownership diffused, responsibilities shared, and history leveled into technique. The civil engineering survives while the administrators evaporate from memory. Modern hydrologists marvel at the ingenuity and find no comparable bureaucracy in surviving texts. The technical record remains, the social record erased. It suggests a worldview where continuity mattered more than commemoration, where the system outlived the names that once animated it. The terraces keep pace with the seasons, and the valley, even empty of honorifics, remains a tribute to communal survival. High on a fluted plateau, a fortified centre holds towers that catch the wind in ways that alter perception of the approach. Masonry shows tool marks that reveal a refined craft and an intent to control narrative. Facades that present different faces to traders and to pilgrimage routes. Gates arranged so that visitors always move through prescribed perspectives. The citadel's archive chambers, however, are peculiarly blank. Scroll racks show impressions of storage, but the scrolls themselves are missing or white. Conservators find palimpsests, where texts once lay overwritten with neutral plaster, deliberate scouring that removes lineage, genealogies, and decrees. This systematic erasure might be practical, succession disputes neutralized by removing names. Or it might be ideological, a principled refusal to let rulers claim immortality through inscription. Oral traditions from the plateau speak of a covenant. Each leader must surrender his name to the council at death, leaving the role filled, but the person unremembered. Whether myth or policy, the built environment reflects a community that valued office over bloodline. The towers themselves seem to reinforce the ethic: emptiness, boxed by precision; anonymity, armored in stone. The citadel's silence is not neglect, it is design. Within a marshy delta, neighborhoods cluster around communal storehouses and guild courts. Ledger stones, flat tablets, once used to tally contributions, show sequences of transactions interrupted by deliberate gouges, names erased, totals struck out, whole lines removed. Chemical traces indicate that excisions were intentional, not accidental weathering. The material record suggests a pattern of legal and economic anonymization, perhaps a mechanism to diffuse claims or to erase prior rulings. The social architecture separates ritual from commerce. Plazas for public ritual remain intact, but the civic columns that might have recorded donor names are plain. This structured anonymity could be a political technology. Remove the ability to memorialize individual advantage, and you force collective memory to store communal obligations instead. Ethnographers note how such practices alter interpersonal relations. Patronage dissolves, inheritance is redistributed by usage, and reputation depends less on lineage than on repeated participation. The Delta's archaeology thus reveals a deliberate cultural choice to make records transient, to privilege shared memory over the memorialization of persons. The consequence is a civilization whose physical achievements persist, but whose social profile fades into the marsh, leaving engineers and gardeners to claim the legacy, while names disappear into silt. In a city of craft districts, hands shaped bronze and glass into patterns that traveled across borders. Workshops lay in ordered quarters, their output sealed with generic marks rather than family emblems. Within public thresholds, stone panels carry truncated decrees whose ends have been intentionally excised. The civic language favored functional anonymity. Products bore logos that signified quality and guild membership, not individual makers. Perhaps secrecy protected trade secrets, or perhaps it aimed to prevent the accumulation of hereditary advantage. The civic panels imply deliberation. Inscriptions were made to be reversible, carved in a shallow manner that allowed later erasure with minimal damage, indicating a recognized life cycle for public record. This approach altered the incentives that drive accumulation. Without durable naming, reputation accrued to collective entities, guilds, workshops, neighborhoods, rather than to individuals. Craftspeople multiplied techniques and transmitted skills by practice, rather than patrimony. Modern conservators find this leveling disorienting. The artifacts are brilliant, but the human hands that shape them remain anonymous. The city thus preserves technique, where it refuses to preserve identity, a conscious inversion of the monumentality that typically cements personal memory into stone. A ridge settlement reveals painted palaces, whose pigments, when analyzed, correspond to natural mineral sources, aligned with trade routes. That economy supported a class of scribes, yet their archives yield conspicuously blank ledgers, where one expects lists and dedications. Under ultraviolet scrutiny, areas once filled with pigment show signs of deliberate scraping and replacement with uniform plaster. Palimpsest layers indicate repeated cycles of erasure and reapplication. Such practice could reflect ritual renewal, periodic purges of names to prevent the sanctification of office holders, or a legal practice where names were struck to expunge debt or guilt. Elders tell of festivals where names are spoken aloud, then submerged in water, symbolic acts that made debts and claims fall away. The built environment testifies to institutionalized forgetting, space designed to accept and then reject commemoration. It is not amnesia by accident, but by covenant. The ridgelines palaces thus function as places of both inscription and unmaking, where the city rehearsed the controlled removal of personal claims so that no single memory could dominate the collective horizon. Near a lake whose surface mirrors the sky, glass workshops and tesserae kilns produced objects prized across the region. The craft remains visible, but guild registers that usually capture membership are missing. Instead, objects bear neutral seals indicating origin only. The anonymity of makers may have been a social mechanism for preventing familial monopolies or preserving craft secrets by collective ownership. It might also indicate a society where producers consciously surrendered personal fame to communal identity. The effect on labor relations was profound. Craftsmen were recognized for contribution, but not immortalized by name. Surviving contract fragments show witness marks, but no signatures, a juridical practice that enforced responsibility without memorializing the responsible person. Oral histories veer between praise for the egalitarian principle and sorrow for lost lineages. For archaeologists, this is frustrating. For historians, it is fertile. The physical record preserves technique and scale, while the social memory recedes. The Lake City demonstrates a culture where the product mattered more than the producer, and where civic continuity outpaced personal remembrance. A mountain pass emporium once hosted large libraries of thin-shell codices, updated like living records. These codices contained lists of municipal servants, donors, and litigants, yet the bulk of shells were found palimpsested, names overwritten, scratched clean, and replaced by ritual lists, preserved only for festival days. The civic archive shows a clear pattern. Identity was provisional, reserved for specific ceremonial moments, and otherwise intentionally revoked. Anthropologists propose a social mechanism, temporary naming, to diffuse power and prevent accumulation across generations. In practice, this made civic honor ephemeral, binding office to action rather than to blood. The city's institutional memory thus maintained function, while preventing the consolidation of dynastic authority. For modern scholars, the effect complicates lineage studies. Genealogies are broken not by catastrophe, but by design. The library stacks remain, the shells survive, yet the human stories behind them have been deliberately excised, leaving a structural skeleton without the names that once animated it. Within a canyon necropolis, tombs were sealed with locks and cartouches left intentionally blank. Funerary accoutrements abound, jewelry, painted textiles, carved icons, yet epitaph spaces are empty. Osteological analysis shows varied lifespans and no evidence of mass violence, indicating normal mortality. The funerary practice seems to have included deliberate anonymization, the dead interred with possessions, but without stated identity. It may have been a theological stance that denied the afterlife to personal fame, or a civic policy to prevent ancestor cults from accruing political power. The effect is haunting. Graves speak of wealth and ritual care, but refuse to narrate biography. Visiting the necropolis, one senses a social ethic that universalized death, returning the person to communal memory as an element rather than an individual ledger entry. The stones testify to care without commemoration, to a civilization that honored life by effacing the name. An island community-oriented public life, around communal baths and terraces, and upon excavation, benefactor inscriptions are curiously absent. In their stead, donors filled grooves with shell inlay, intentionally obscuring names. Oral tradition explains this as a covenant against patrimonial claims. Leaders offered resources, but removed their names to prevent heirs from claiming privileges. This practice reshaped governance, authority anchored in office, and ritual, rather than lineage. The inlay itself became the public record, a materially visible, but intentionally anonymous testament to generosity. The islanders described the practice as sacred, to give and not to be named, amplified the gift's power, freeing the polity from dynastic entrenchment. Archaeologists reading these grooves find an elegant solution to social rotation, memory preserved through form, but with the identity excised. The island thus becomes a laboratory of civic engineering, where anonymity was an institutional tool to sustain equity. A communal plain hosts an assembly circle, where stones bear hollows filled with votive deposits. Dwellings around it show shared storage and hearths, designed for cooperative use. The council house produced legal tablets, in which litigants' names were replaced by symbolic tokens, icons standing for roles or moral statuses, rather than persons. This naming by symbol allowed adjudication without creating permanent labels, enabling social reintegration rather than branding. The legal culture emphasized restoration and ritual reconciliation, using symbols to negotiate outcomes. The practice prevented the crystallization of stigma into family histories, and governance thus operated on temporal, reversible terms. For archaeologists, these tokens complicate lineage reconstruction, but reveal a profound social design, a polity that engineered forgiveness into its law through the deliberate erasure of personal names from official memory. Near an inland watercourse, amphitheatres and platforms hosted public recitations of lineage, where certain slots were intentionally left blank. These pauses were ritual devices, enabling private remembrance or conscious omission. Ethnographers suggest that such blank spaces functioned as communal valves, places where the audience could decide whether to honor a name or consign it to silence. By codifying omission into the performance, the society institutionalized selective memory, permitting collective forgiveness or enforced forgetting depending on the occasion. This performative unmaking of names allowed communities to exclude certain figures from posterity without violent removal. It was memory governance by ritual omission, an artful mechanism that made forgetting deliberate, ritualized and socially legible. Excavations of civic archives across these sites repeatedly reveal palimpsests, surfaces scratched clean, names gouged away, epitaphs erased, and repainted in neutral plaster. This pattern is not the product of chance decay, but of repeated institutional practice. Whether enacted to avert dynastic claims, to redress injustice, or to protect trade anonymity, the result is the same: civilizations that engineered their own erasure into public space. Their stones and streets persist, but their names do not. The deliberate infrastructure of forgetting becomes their defining feature. Even as scholars map roads and count columns, the absence of personal markers shapes the story these ruins tell, a history meticulously designed to avoid immortalizing individuals, substituting memory with ongoing civic process. It is a counter-monumentality, an aesthetic of omission that both preserves and dissolves. Standing amid these silent archives, one perceives a coherent civic philosophy: to build grandly, and yet to refuse the permanence of personal fame. Monuments and workshops, canals and temples remain, testifying to skill and organization, while names, the conventional anchors of history, are systematically unmade. Whether motivated by egalitarian ideology, fear of monopoly, ritual purity, or the practical need to prevent dynastic capture, the practice reshaped social architecture. The civilizations that adopted such measures engineered continuity for institutions rather than lineage. Their erasure was not collapse alone, but an arranged forgetting, a cultural decision as deliberate as the laying of each foundation stone. For those who study them now, these places are both frustrating and humbling. They offer abundant evidence of society and craft, yet demand a different kind of listening, one that reads absence as intention. The ruins teach that memory can be curated to protect a polity's future by dissolving its past, and in that absence we encounter a civilization erased by its own hand, preserved paradoxically through the very act of forgetting. They called it the City of the Unnamed, because no stone bore the imprint of a ruler's name. Approaching it from the lowlands, the metropolis reads like a cartographer's problem. Avenues radiate from a central archive complex, whose roofless halls open to the sky. Courtyards arranged like a grid of memory wells. The first teams who cleared the outer streets expected hero stones, lists of victories, and donor plaques. They found instead blank stelae, monoliths, smoothed to a pale finish, edges softened as if hands long practiced at a braiding inscription had passed across every surface. Walkways aligned with niches that once held scroll chests. Now those niches are empty, or contain only plastered covers, their surfaces rubbed to a uniform neutral tone. In the central plaza, a great podium stands with steps worn by generations, yet its face lacks dedication. Instead, the podium includes hidden cavities, caches where names might have been stored, and then burned or dissolved. The engineering is too regular to be accidental. Whoever planned this city expected the removal of names to be part of its life. Architectural clues reveal a civic ritual of forgetting. Public buildings include rooms dedicated to cleansing inscriptions. These spaces contain drains and smelting pits, tools designed to oxidize metallic plaques and sluice away pigments. The quarries supplying the building stone are located intentionally downwind of the city, suggesting planners considered the logistics of removal and transport when designing the urban fabric. Even water management hints at performative forgetting. Communal baths double as disposal sites, their currents used to carry away slurries of pigment and ash. Beyond craft and ritual, the social infrastructure supported the practice. Specific offices, the registrar of absences, the cleansing council, the keepers of the palimpsest, appear in fragmentary records. These roles oversaw the life cycle of public memory, commissioning plaques and timing ceremonial removals, which made forgetting a public duty rather than a private loss. When foreign envoys visited, they left confused by the protocol, honors conferred publicly, then withdrawn silently, gifts accepted and recorded only to be ritually unmade. Visitors later recalled the strangeness of witnessing a people who practiced forgetting as civic hygiene. Their archives were not repositories of fame, but instruments of social equilibrium, and to study them one must learn to read absence as purpose. The catalogue of artifacts recovered from beneath the city's plazas offers a clearer picture of deliberate unmaking than any tablet could. Excavations reveal tools specialized not only to write, but to erase, cuprous blades, whose edges are thin and flexible, files with dampening ridges, vats whose acids remove pigment without dissolving stone. There are workshops devoted to the manufacture of cancellers, craftsmen who mix sands and oils to produce abrasive pastes that could be applied to an inscription and then neutralized, leaving the face smooth and indistinguishable from virgin quarry. Material traces confirm ritual choreography. Residues on stones indicate staged sequences, first a paint removal, then a fine filing, then a polishing with a mineral slurry that removed microscopic traces of pigment. Microscopical analysis shows that the removal was done in a controlled fashion, leaving stone minimally scarred and easily reintegrated into public facework. Where an inscription once existed, the surface now matches the surrounding quarry finish, an intentional return to a neutral substrate. Beyond tools lie texts that outline the jurisprudence of erasure. Fragmentary codices describe offences that merited permanent expunction, acts deemed threatening to civic cohesion, or dangerously attractive to dynastic aspiration. Other entries lay out protocols for restorative forgetting, petitions by families who desired the removal of shameful names, statutes that authorized the removal of titles to quell factional claim, and the scheduled rotation of commemorative space to preserve communal balance. The archaeological record also preserves evidence of resistance. Hidden beneath the plaster covers that mask clean surfaces, teams found fragments of original inscriptions tucked away, preserved under boards or sealed jars, secret caches of names kept by families who refused oblivion. These hidden troves testify to conflict, while the public architecture enforced forgetting, private actors sought preservation. In some cases, the caches were discovered by later rulers and used to reconstruct genealogies, proving that memory persisted despite the machinery designed to suppress it. These clandestine efforts show that erasure was not absolute. It was contested, negotiated, and occasionally undermined by human stubbornness. The political rationale for systemic erasure manifests in ceremonial law codes and oral histories recovered on pottery and in the myths of neighboring peoples. Stories speak of a covenant forged in crisis, leaders who saw dynastic capture as the central threat to civic survival adopted anonymity as policy. Rather than allow a single household to accumulate memory and thus power, they reframed legitimacy as repeatable office and revoked personal memorials. Rituals formalized the process. At accession, office holders surrendered tokens, which were then public for a season and ultimately placed in cleansing pits, their inscriptions dissolved in communal sight. Anthropological parallels exist in the city's practice of temporary honor. Membership in exclusive priestly or mercantile colleges conferred status for terms, after which the individual's recognition was revoked. This system discouraged the consolidation of wealth into hereditary advantage by denying descendants the easy leverage of name and memory. The social psychology enforced by such laws produced a culture in which reputation was laborious to maintain and unprivileged by birth. Power rotated not by inheritance, but by ritual selection and demonstrated service. Historical fragments suggest the policy may have been reactionary, born of a turbulent past, where factions sought to monopolize lineage, or where pretenders attempted to bind citizens by cults of personality. The institutional solution was radical: build a city that resists becoming a mausoleum for rulers. That radicalism required administrative complexity. The Cleansing Council adjudicated petitions, examined claims, and timed erasures, so that communities could honor service without creating perpetual advantage. Over time, the political calculus changed the psychology of the populace. Children grew up taught to value function over fame. Epics did not extol singular heroes, but communal achievements. This cultural habit of obsession with procedure over person shaped the city's resilience, and also sealed its silence when calamity came. When the civilization finally yielded to a collapse, whose mechanics remained stubbornly opaque, its erasure works altered the way neighboring peoples remembered the place. Plunderers and migrants who passed through the emptied streets found stelae already smooth, archives emptied, and workshops set to ruin. Some interpreted the absence as evidence that the city had been wiped clean by invaders intent on obliterating a rival lineage. Others read the blanks as proof of an ascetic culture that chose anonymity, a people who had long practiced returning public memorials to communal obscurity. The post-collapse landscape also affected the material transmission of knowledge. Without tagged artifacts that bear names and contexts, later craft continuity proved difficult to trace. Irrigation methods, metallurgical techniques, and textile patterns persisted, but their origins blurred as they dispersed among successor peoples. The city's ethic of anonymity thus produced a diffusion of craft. Practices moved outward from the ruins, absorbed and adapted by neighbors who could not anchor them to origin myths. Where names travel, stories travel with them, and without named exemplars, some lessons failed to consolidate, leaving successors with fewer narratives to shape civic identity. Modern rediscovery of the city has produced renewed debate over ethics. Should archaeologists reconstruct erased names if evidence emerges? Is it right to restore identity to people who once chose cultural anonymity? Some argue that returning names corrects an injustice, granting forgotten individuals a place in the human ledger. Others contend that revealing names violates the civic covenant that once made the society function and is an act of cultural imposition. Archaeologists work carefully, balancing respect and inquiry. Some leave silences intact as cultural artifacts. Others gently restore fragmentary names when community descendants request it, a practice that raises complex questions about who may rewrite a people's decision to unremember. The city of the unnamed thus stands as a living dilemma for those who seek to understand why a society might choose erasure over fame. The debate continues among scholars and communities. They built their city on a ribbon of water that moved like a living map, a river that bent and braided with intention. Streets ran to quays, and quays opened into workshops, where merchants stamped wares with marks that meant quality rather than lineage. The polity organized itself around shared banks, collective granaries, communal boats, and a ritual economy that treated the river not merely as resource, but as arbiter. In the center of the city stood the Hall of Offerings, a roofless chamber whose floor was paved with smoothed riverstone. Here civic business concluded, not with chiseled stelae, but with dissolving tablets, clay sheets inscribed in soft script, then carried in procession to the water's edge, where priests would read them aloud and release them to the current. The river took names: officials, patrons, litigants. Anyone whose act required record accepted that their name would be committed to water and thereby made transitory. The logic was clear to them: water remembers shape, but not signature. It preserves the act's imprint, while refusing to anchor identity to the future. Over time, this practice produced a society that valued deeds in the moment, rather than pedigree. Contracts were witnessed communally. Memory of callbacks depended on present veracity, rather than archival advantage. To the people, the river's swallowing was justice, a way to prevent heirs from converting private credit into dynastic power. To later investigators, the absence of durable markers looked like disappearance. Archaeologists dredging the city's old channels find accusatory silence. Quays intact, warehousing clear, tools abundant, but where one expects lists, ledgers, and patron plaques, there are cavities and wash marks, where records once rested before being offered to the stream. The material culture demonstrates deliberate transience. Within the Hall of Offerings, archaeologists recovered numerous inscribed slivers that had been tucked into jars and sealed, private exceptions hidden by families who could not surrender name. These caches were rare. The public ethos overwhelmingly favored surrender. The city's ritual of liquid memory rewired reputational incentive. Power could not rely on archival cruelty, because the archive was a current. Social life adapted. Kinship mattered less than recurring participation. Banded coalitions formed and dissolved on seasonal schedules. Elders negotiated trust by witnessing, not by reading. The river, in that sense, became both court and conscience, a moving archive enforced by nature and custom that erased personal permanence by design. This engineered transience shaped extraordinary civic practices. Dispute resolution took place in full sight of the flow. When two parties clashed, they wrote claims and counterclaims on soft clay, recited them aloud at the key, then set the tablets adrift. The community watched until the tablets rounded a bend and disappeared. The symbolic act functioned as closure. The river's swallowing was oath and erasure combined. If the losing party later attempted retribution, the community pointed to the water and the civic ritual and would not entertain renewal. Marriage contracts were similarly ephemeral, vows made public, then offered to the stream. Children's statuses were confirmed and celebrated in floating rituals that emphasized nurture and duty over named inheritance. The system had consequences. It undercut the legal leverage of memory, but it also motivated continuous accountability. Leaders could not rest on ancestral renown. They governed by performance and ritual trust, selected through rotating councils whose minutes were performed rather than archived. Over generations, this produced political fluidity. Families rose and fell with seasonal luck and civic contribution rather than lineage. Outsiders misread the pattern. Travelers from neighboring lands, accustomed to carved honors and dynastic lists, found the river province strangely unanchored. Power seemed ephemeral and thus weak. But the society's resilience lay precisely in its refusal to fossilize advantage, adaptability, and mutual arbitration, rather than family legacy, became the city's durable strength. When calamity later came, through drought, flood, or invasion, the institutions of active reciprocity allowed rapid rebuilding without contested inheritances. Yet that very agility contributed to historical erasure. Without durable lists or monuments, the city's names dissolved along with its archives. The river fulfilled its oath. It dissolved memory into motion. The material traces of the ritual economy complicate reconstruction but deepen the narrative. Excavations reveal specialized workshops that produce sacramental tablets, the clay tempered to dissolve cleanly, the inks formulated to bleed when wetted, the cords designed to free the observant hand at the rite's apex. There were boatwright guilds that maintained the reclaimed boats, vessels whose duty was to follow offerings for a short arc, ensuring the tablets did not lodge on visible shoals, where a grieving family might later claim them. These boats were small, ritualized, and crewed by designated keepers, whose oath forbade retrieving any offering. In workshops beneath the city's embankments, conservators find molds used to cast blank tokens, seals that marked authenticated ceremony rather than name. When archaeologists analyze residue in sluice drains, they find microparticles of pigment deliberately abraded away, evidence of institutional processes designed to clean surfaces before offerings to avoid leaving physical traces. The city's forensic profile reads like a laboratory of forgetting, ritual tools, civic choreography, and legal norms aligned to produce ephemeral record. Yet human nature left its fingerprints. A few families secreted away tablets beneath hearthstones or in sealed amphorae, private attempts to resist the civic imperative. Those caches reveal names and genealogical fragments, but they are exceptions, and many were later looted or destroyed in periods of strife. Thus, the bulk of the city's record washed away, while private memory fought to cling to insoluble artifacts. Modern historians must thus reconstruct social life from the architecture of obligation, quays where offerings launched, halls where claims were performed, and the network of providers whose livelihoods depended on ephemeral law. Reassembling the past requires reading ritual as record, interpreting absence as policy. The river did not simply erase names, it engineered a polity sustained by a different kind of evidence, actions witnessed in public, and then offered to motion. To understand such a culture is to learn how memory can be communal and kinetic, rather than fixed and archival. How did the river city itself vanish from the ledger of neighbor states? Several pressures likely converged, but the outcome was always the same. The place remained a lived site for generations, its river-borne archives accomplishing social ends, until external shock unsettled the social choreography that sustained it. Environmental stress, shifts in the river's course, salinity changes that undermined agriculture, or prolonged droughts could have driven internal stress. Alternatively, a wave of militarized raiders, who depended on captured lists to assert legitimacy, would have found the city's lack of durable records an impediment to conquest. Yet, even when neighboring powers subdued the city, the conquerors often had little use for names the river had already reclaimed. Without stelae to reinscribe, new rulers resorted to administrative takeover, imposing their own systems rather than reproducing local memory. Successor communities absorbed craft and techniques, but without the anchored genealogies that often accompany cultural transmission. Over generations, the river's practice of ritual offering produced a historical invisibility. Crafts, recipes, and even structural methods spread beyond their origin, but the people who made them, the authors of practices, slid from the ledger. Modern attempts to repopulate the story meet the same wall. A civic ethic chose forgetfulness, and that choice amplified into historical oblivion. The moral questions this raises are no small thing. Should modern researchers attempt to reassign names to artifacts, and thus reverse a cultural decision that treated forgetting as civic virtue? Or should they respect the polity's intent and treat absence as part of the archaeological record? Some scholars argue for reconstructing identity where evidence exists, giving agency back to individuals whose names were taken by ritual. Others caution that such acts risk imposing contemporary archival values on a society that deliberately rejected permanent commemoration. The river city stands as a test case, a civilization that engineered its own erasure through ritual and law, one that transformed memory into current, and thus complicated the modern desire to list and enshrine. Its story teaches that erasure can be deliberate, ethical, and structural, not merely the byproduct of disaster, and that sometimes the most meaningful histories are those that flow away. There is a place where ice remembers better than stone, high on a plateau that breathes cold and silence. A glacier clings to a hollow unlike any other, a cavernous throat of blue glass that, when the ice is milled back, reveals chambers cut into bedrock and lined with slabs polished as if by hands that loved light. The first teams who reached that mouth expected inscriptions frozen in frost, tablets cracked by frost heave, the detritus of a culture that could not survive cold. What they found instead were shelves, long, perfectly aligned recesses cut into the living rock, each cradling thin sheets of a material that resembled mica and bone fused, pages flexible and durable, layered like fish scales. The sheets bear markings not like carved letters but like impressions, raised filigree that reads as texture rather than ink. When gloved fingers brush against them, the marks catch light and shadow in a way that feels like reading through touch. The air inside the cavity carries a scent not of decomposition but of preserved resin and crushed petals, an odor that suggests ritual care rather than abandonment. Whoever built this library prized preservation above proclamation. They did not want names chiseled into stone for passage into posterity. They wanted memory to survive in a medium that resisted simple theft and public spectacle. The layout of the chambers suggests careful indexing, clusters arranged by theme, star mapping, canal engineering, liturgical song, yet the indexing is not alphabetical or numeric. Instead, it is associative, a system that groups knowledge by sensation and by obligation. It is an archive organized to be used in place, not to be carried away. The hands that tended these shelves used mechanisms to bind the pages with cords of braided hair and metal that leave no conspicuous seal. There are rooms whose floors slope gently toward drains, hinting that the archivists expected eventual dissolution. The design anticipates loss even as it guards against it. To stand in that cavern is to feel both awe and unease. The architecture speaks of a people who loved their knowledge, but refused the permanence of named fame, who understood that the right to remember might need protection not by inscription, but by concealment. The glacier above acts as both guardian and slow eraser. It keeps the archive safe, yet it presses, moves and grinds, so that survival here is an act of maintenance and ritual, not mere luck. The contents of the shelves confound conventional expectations. The pages are neither bark nor papyrus. They are a composite of thinly worked stone, plant fiber, and a translucent resin that turns light into information. The marks on these sheets encode multiple modalities simultaneously: tactile ridges that register under fingertip, micro-reliefs that refract low light, and faint hollows that, when filled with cold water, reveal patterns otherwise invisible. It is as if the library stored not only words but procedures, recipes that must be tasted, songs that must be hummed to resolve the pattern, maps that require breath to decode. Scholars who have attempted to read these pages find themselves forced into performance. One must tilt the sheet at a certain angle, trace a specific order of marks, hum a low tone, or let a finger linger on a groove before the next glyph appears to resolve. This is knowledge encoded to be embodied, not passive data, but instruction that demands presence. The subjects preserved are striking in their breadth. Engineering diagrams show aqueduct joints and load calculations, drawn with a precision that implies empirical testing and long apprenticeship. Botanical compendia catalogue plants that do not appear in surrounding valleys, with notes on hybrid grafting techniques that produce frost-resistant yields. Liturgical sequences lay out layered chants, where harmonies are described as interactions between sonority and stone. Most disquieting are lists of names, but these are not lists of rulers. They are catalogues of roles and obligations. The keeper of the breath, the watcher of snow, the one who returns seed. Each role is associated with duties rather than genealogy, and where a name might have been expected, one finds instead instructions for the ceremonial relinquishment of the role when its holder dies or fails. The archivists, it becomes clear, made a deliberate choice to codify function rather than foster fame. These pages are a civic technology for continuity, designed to teach the living how to perform the city's sacred work without giving permanence to persons. Attempts to study the glacial archives have repeatedly encountered anomalies that resist ordinary explanation. Instruments brought into the cavern produce reliable measurements at entry, but degrade deeper in digital recordings, distort into slow, swollen echoes. Even the simplest batteries drain inexplicably fast. Researchers report time sense disruption. A conversation that seemed 10 minutes long feels like a day. A single hour's work leaves one with the impression of weeks spent. A handful of specialists who spent prolonged periods within the chambers came back altered, less interested in authorship and more in processes, less inclined to keep personal possession, and oddly inclined to perform rituals they could not later describe. Some of this might be attributed to the psychological effects of isolation and cold, but the patterns are oddly specific and repeatable across independent teams. Moreover, the glacier's movements produce odd physical effects, pressure waves that rearrange small artifacts, microfractures that open and close, and thin films of meltwater that spontaneously form and evaporate in patterns that trace the glyphs on the pages. It is as if the environment here is bound to the library's logic. The ice and the archive interact, co-regulating the expression of memory. When researchers attempted to remove even a single page for off-site study, the surrounding pages responded, grooves that had been visible faded, tactile marks softened, and the removed page, once isolated, lost its resonant properties and became a brittle, uninformative sheet. This suggests a networked encoding, knowledge that requires context and companionship to remain legible. The archivists anticipated this. The material resists expropriation by preserving legibility only within an ecological and ritual matrix. The glacier does not allow extraction, it allows encounter. The loss of legibility when objects are removed is not accidental, but doctrinal, designed to deter the kind of extraction that transforms knowledge into trophy. Even so, the temptation to pluck a page and claim its content for a modern archive has proven powerful and often regrettable. Teams who attempted removal later destroyed their own records under mysterious circumstances, or their notes simply ceased to cohere. The glacier protects its archive by making separation itself a form of forgetting. The ethical stakes surrounding the glacial archives are complex and palpable. On one hand, the world outside the ice is hungry for knowledge, and the archive's technical corpus could transform agricultural resilience, water management, and community ritual practices in regions facing uncertainty. On the other hand, the archive's very design resists commodification. It was conceived by a people who refused to let knowledge become currency that sustains dynasties. The question then frames itself bluntly: should outsiders force legibility at the expense of the archive's integrity? Several approaches have emerged among those who steward research. Some advocate for in situ study only, portable, ephemeral encounters under strict ceremonial conditions that prioritize the archive's social logic and avoid removal. These researchers collaborate with ritualists, performers who are trained in the archive's demands, so that knowledge can be transmitted through practice and apprenticeship rather than extraction. Others propose a mediated sharing, allow limited consensual reproduction of procedures that can be safely abstracted and secularized, sacrificing contextual depth for practical benefit. A controversial third group argues for technological workarounds, developing instruments that can simulate the archive's ecological conditions off-site, so that pages might be rendered legible outside the glacier. But this approach risks replicating the very dynamic the archive sought to prevent: the transformation of living procedure into commodified data. Beyond technical and ethical debates, the presence of the archive forces a deeper reflection on the nature of remembrance. Here is a civilization that invested its memorial in function and ritual. Their library asks that knowledge remain social, performative, and integrated into daily duties. To translate their pages into static records would be to misread them, to turn an organism into a fossil. Respecting their intent may mean accepting limits. There are things we cannot possess without destroying their meaning. For now, the glacier keeps watch. The shelves breathe in the hush of cold stone, the pages shimmer when touched in the right order, and knowledge remains a living thing that requires stewardship rather than ownership. High on a terraced escarpment, there lay a capital whose silhouette once commanded the valley like punctuation. Planners arranged avenues to funnel daylight into public forums, and engineers bored cisterns that filled through hidden channels. Waterworks so exact modern technicians study their joints and marvel. Monuments rose austere and blank-faced, bearing no carved names, yet their presence declared civic ambition unmistakable. Power organized without patrimony. Streets show careful wear from feet and cartwheel, and public benches are positioned to favor conversation, not commemoration. Civic space was generous and calibrated to rotate attention. Open courtyards became stages for seasonally timed obligations, and civic calendars emphasized cycles of service rather than lineage remembrance. Administrative architecture includes chambers whose finishes reveal ritual use, drains beneath lecterns, fire basins for cleansing metallic plaques, and furnace pits designed not to melt statuary but to dissolve thin sheets of inscribed alloy into untraceable slag. The planners expected forgetting as much as they planned the granaries. Within households, lineage mattered less than membership in rotating collegia that assumed office for limited terms. Guilds, councils, and ritual colleges, whose names appear in fragmentary texts only as functions, not family signs. That structural anonymity shaped daily life. Patrons contributed to public works and then watched their dedicatory marks removed in civic rites. Officials accepted temporary honors and surrendered them as part of office. The public ethic cultivated humility, both political and religious, embedding forgetfulness into ceremony. Hidden resistance existed. Families who clandestinely stashed nameplates beneath hearthstones or within sealed jars. Yet these acts were exceptions, furtive attempts to hoard identity in a culture designed to dissolve it. At the edges of the capital, cemeteries provide the most disquieting evidence. Tombs furnished and tended, objects placed with care, but conspicuously blank cartouches where names might have appeared. The dead were honored through practice, not names. Mourning rituals emphasized shared loss and communal obligation to remember collectively rather than to canonize individual lives. Those who trace its stones find echoes of governance shaped by ritual, not by lineage or memory. Within the capital's civic heart stood a hall. Scholars now call the Registry of Delegations, an architectural paradox. A public archive without author names, shelves arranged for rotational custody, niches designed to receive tokens that would be ceremonially dissolved. Rituals there bound obligations to seasons rather than to surnames, and the registrars combined clerical precision with performative care. Tokens were logged in sequence, inscribed briefly, then placed before a communal fire whose duty was not destruction for shame but regulated unmaking to prevent the fossilization of privilege. The registrars performed the unmaking with exacting choreography. Wax seals were warmed, inscriptions read aloud, oaths repeated by witnesses, and then the token was removed from public view and exposed to staged dissolution, scraped, washed, or oxidized, until no legible trace remained. The effect on civic life was profound. Legal claims settled in the moment, honors granted and then rotated away, and reputational currency renewed continuously rather than inherited. Hidden caches under hearthstones preserved names despite prohibition, creating quiet families of memory, whose discoveries in later excavations ignited debates. Does restoration honor the fallen or violate a civic covenant, designed to prevent power from fossilizing into lineage and complicate modern ethics, profoundly too? The capital's neighborhoods reveal a social choreography, plazas for rotation, guild houses for apprenticeship, and communal larders, governed by detailed bylaws that emphasize duty over dissent. In workshops, masters trained many hands without bequeathing guild marks to heirs. Quality stamps signified standards, not surnames. Apprenticeship functioned as civic renewal. A maker's lineage was replaced each generation by demonstrated competence. This produced economic resilience and social mobility, yet left genealogical reconstruction for later ages, frustrating. Ritualized patronage underwrote public buildings, but always with the understanding that dedicatory marks would be removed after a term, creating an economy of repeated obligation rather than enduring entitlement. Markets thrived on reputation gained through repeated participation rather than inherited credit. Contracts were publicly witnessed, then ritually dispersed. The polity invested heavily in administrative technologies to support turnover, rotating boards, recorded oaths performed in public performance, and institutions whose continuity depended on procedure rather than on named families. When drought or invasion disrupted this rotation, the city's inability to anchor memory to families led to rapid social reconfiguration, and later chroniclers misread the fluidity as erasure rather than intentional governance. Archaeological layers in the capital's outskirts reveal gradual absorption. Domestic compounds grow smaller over time, public storage expands, and ritual spaces multiply in number, while personal markers decline. Pottery styles persist even as epitaph spaces empty. Textile patterns migrate outward as households dissolve into collective workshops. The material culture diffuses though names do not. This diffusion suggests an intentional cultural choice to prioritize transmission of craft and law without creating dynastic advantage. Legal fragments recovered in caches speak of statutes that authorize scheduled removal of commemorative plaques, of councils empowered to adjudicate requests for name suppression, and of penalties for illicit preservation of public inscriptions. Yet private acts of preservation sidestepped the civic program. Sealed jars and hearth caches, holding nameplates, indicate families who sheltered identity in defiance of law. When the capital fell, successor settlements adopted many techniques, yet lacked the genealogical anchors that make histories coherent. Modern excavators face choices: reconstruct identities from fragmentary caches, respect the civic decision to unname, or balance both with community consultation. Each choice reshapes the narrative of who counts in history. The capital thus remains both source and silence, a civilization erased by its own architecture of forgetting. At the heart of a broad river valley lay a polity that treated memory as a living resource, not a static ledger. Its canals threaded the city like veins, carrying water and obligation, and every public act finished at the water's edge. Here the ritual economy was law. Contracts were performed in open assembly, inscribed on soft clay, read aloud before witnesses, and then offered to the current. Priests beside the quay took the tablets and cast them into the flow. The water carried statements of debt, oath, and dedication beyond sight. This was not carelessness, it was deliberate governance. The river's swallowing acted as both legal closure and social equalizer, ensuring that claims could not be perpetuated by heirs who might weaponize recorded memory. The community structured life around this kinetic forgetting. Streets focused on access to the quay. Guild houses scheduled seasons of service that rotated offices frequently, and apprenticeships circulated skill and status through performance rather than through inherited titles. Markets thrived on reputation, earned by demonstrations of craft, not by ancestral ledgers. The material landscape reflects that ethic. Quays are kept in constant repair. Offerings were standardized so they would dissolve cleanly. Drains and sluices were engineered to ensure no remnants would collect in visible shoals. Yet human nature persisted. A few families hid exceptions: sealed amphorae beneath hearthstones, jars tucked in foundation cavities, names preserved against communal law. These caches, when found by later hands, show that prohibition was contested. The river city thus appears in the archaeological record as a place of abundant production and deliberate absence. Workshops fully outfitted, abundant tools, but public facades blank, where one expects donor plaques. The polity deliberately turned memory into motion, and this choice shaped both its strengths and its vulnerabilities. The rhythms of legal life in the river city produced a culture oriented toward present accountability. Disputes were resolved by performance and oath. victories in public duty, translated into seasonal trust, rather than entitlements passed to descendants. This system encouraged mobility and social renewal. Talented newcomers could advance through demonstrated service, rather than through family claims. It also encouraged risk-taking and experimentation. Crafts spread quickly, because proprietary claims were weak and guild knowledge circulated freely. At the same time, the lack of durable memorials meant that lineage and biography dissolved swiftly. When calamity struck, floods, shifting channels or raids, the people rebuilt without long contested inheritances, but the archiving of personal contribution did not travel with material culture. Successor communities inherited techniques, but rarely names. Where historians expect lists and genealogies, they find stains, abraded grooves, and ritual pits lined with residues of inks formulated to dissolve. The intentionality of these traces reads clearly. The polity engineered forgetting as preventive power management. Yet that prevention is also the reason why the River City's people slid from the broader ledger of history. The river's oath protected the polity from dynastic capture, but it also washed the city from the map of lineage. The modern scholar confronting this balance must decide whether to valorize the ethical design that prevented entrenched privilege, or to mourn the loss of named agents, whose lives might have illuminated choices and moral courage. In either case, the River City teaches that civic design can make forgetting an instrument of justice, and that justice can convert the human past into a current without shore. In the archaeological record, the River City complicates reconstruction. Pottery styles and structural techniques radiate outward. Mortise and tenon joints, kiln temperatures, textile patterns. Craftspeople carried methods into neighboring regions, but without associated names or family arms the origins blur. Where a modern historian seeks continuity through family archives and named patronage, the River City leaves only choreography, quays, ritual platforms, ritual boats designed to follow offerings for an ark, only long enough to prove ceremony, then turn away. Boatwright guilds kept logs of launches, but those logs list tokens and seals, not people. Legal fragments recovered in sealed deposits show a culture of petition and ceremonial disposal. Statutes regulate the disposal of claims, the procedures for ritual erasure, and penalties for illicit preservation. Hidden caches reveal those who resisted, private urgings to keep names safe. Yet those caches are relatively few, and many were destroyed in subsequent disturbances. The city's ethical system then worked both to maintain social flexibility and to accelerate historical invisibility. The very institutions that preserved cohesion in life ensured anonymity in memory. To read the River City is to learn to see ritual as archive. The water's swallowing was the polity's technology for balancing power and preventing the fossilization of advantage. The consequence is a civilization erased from genealogical ledger, but imprinted on the techniques and civic habits of those who absorbed its craft. When the River City finally ceased to exist as a living polity, it left a paradoxical legacy. Its technology spread, its architecture informed neighboring town plans, its kilns and shipways continued under new hands. Yet the absence of names turned transmission into anonymous diffusion. Without patrons to retell origin myths, craft traditions moved as unanchored techniques. Later chroniclers misread the pattern as collapse and loss, rather than as the logical outcome of a civic choice to deny memory permanence. Modern debates swirl about whether to reconstruct identities from hidden caches or to respect the polity's ethic and leave public silences intact. Some scholars argue for recovery, restoring names where evidence allows, granting individuality to those the river took. Others caution that such restorations violate an intentional legal and moral program, imposing a modern archival desire onto a society that rejected permanent commemoration as civic virtue. The River City's fate thus remains instructive, a civilization erased from personal memory by design, whose lessons survive in methods, not names. Its story forces us to ask whether the hunger to remember might sometimes become a hunger to empower, and whether forgetting, when engineered collectively, can be as much a safeguard as any monument. High on a wind-battered plateau, a capital once stood that organized forgetting as civic architecture. The planners imagined public life without personal memorials. Avenues curved to channel processions, not praise. Plazas provided stages for rotating honors, and civic buildings contained rooms whose sole purpose was to perform erasure. In the center of the city, a great archive opened to the sky, its shelves arranged for temporary custody. Tokens and tablets arrived in ritual procession, were read aloud to witnesses, and then were ceremonially unmade. Offices carried titles but not lineage. Magistrates were appointed for seasons, and then surrendered their tokens to public cleansing. The administration institutionalized the practice. A cleansing council managed timings. A registry of unmaking recorded petitions to remove commemorative marks, and keepers of the palimpsest oversaw the technical work of returning stone faces to neutral grain. The polity taught its citizens that memory could be a public hazard. To prevent the consolidation of advantage, they designed procedures that made honor ephemeral. The material record confirms that forgetting was engineered. Archaeologists uncovered workshops devoted to cancellation technologies, blades tempered to shave inscriptions clean, pumice mixes that erased pigment, and vats with chemical residues formulated to dissolve inks while leaving stone intact. Quarries supplied stone finish to match cleaned surfaces. Masons planned seams that allowed repaired panels to blend without a trace. Ceremonial drains carried slurry away where offerings dissolved, and public baths doubled as sites for removing gilded plaques. Social life adapted to the policy. Prestige accrued through repeated public service and visible competence, not through lineage or name. Guilds and rotating councils shared authority and maintained continuity. Apprenticeship networks transmitted craft knowledge without permitting transmission of commemorative advantage. The polity favored performance over patrimony. Leaders served were honored briefly, and then saw their honors ritually neutralized. That practice reduced the risk that memory itself would fossilize into hereditary power. When disruptions arrived, environmental stress or foreign conquest, the city's lack of durable names complicated reconstruction. Successors absorbed techniques and crafts, but without the anchors of named patrons, the cultural memory diffused. The polity's ethic of forgetfulness thus yielded a historical paradox. Strong institutions without enduring biographies. Today, studying this place asks us to read absence as intention. The capital taught that memory is a civic technology, and that a society can choose procedure over permanence as a form of protection. It offers a lesson about how societies choose which memories to bind and release boldly. Beneath a marsh, and behind reedy fringes, a federated zone once practiced selective memory as governance. The marshland polity used water to carry away claims, and civic ritual required that registers be publicly performed and then offered to currents. This practice did not dissolve obligations, but transformed them. Promises persisted as witness practice, rather than as enduring title. The political architecture favored rotating stewardship. Offices were time-limited, and public honors expired as a matter of law. Material evidence shows deliberate techniques for unmaking memory. In ceremonial pits, archaeologists found residues of organic binders tuned to dissolve in fresh water, fine sieves used to filter pigment, and ritual chambers with channels designed to funnel slurry into hidden wetlands. Stone facades were finished to uniform sheen, so that after ritual cleansing surfaces matched surrounding masonry precisely. Inscription panels were mounted in frames that allowed removal and replacement, indicating an institutional design for reversible commemoration. The polity's legal imagination extended into kinship and inheritance. Heirs could not claim status simply by lineage, because commemorative anchors were forbidden. This constraint prompted adaptive strategies. Extended families invested in repeated civic service to regenerate honor, and apprenticeship networks became the primary means of upward mobility. The result was a society whose memory economy prioritized renewal and reciprocity. Reputation lived through continuing acts, rather than through engraved permanence. Conflict arose when neighboring polities, accustomed to written charters and dynastic continuity, encountered the Marsh Federation. Diplomacy faltered because the Federation's ceremonial economy yielded no permanent lists to record treaties or tribute. Outsiders often misinterpreted the Federation's lack of archival permanence as weakness and attempted to seize control through claims based on paper and title. But such attempts often failed because local legal culture refused to grant legitimacy through documents divorced from communal performance. The polity thereby made memory a governance tool rather than a ledger, converting record into ritual and protecting the collectivity at the cost of individual remembrance over mere names now. On an island chain of narrow atolls, a maritime confederation once cultivated anonymity as a policy to prevent captains and chiefs from turning prestige into inherited claim. Their courtly rituals unfolded on floats and decks. Honors were conferred publicly and then intentionally dissolved during night rites, where tokens were ritually unmade. Maritime law hinged on witness performance. Oaths were sworn over water and then released, a practice that anchored trust in shared memory and communal enactment, rather than in charters stored in a hall. This precept shaped markets and kinship. Shipwrights accepted orders and marked hulls with neutral seals that signaled standard rather than surname. Saltworks and fish-pressing houses bore collective insignia. Apprentices trained in communal yards, where instruction was oral and embodied, and guilds rotated masters so that techniques circulated without consolidating patrimony. The polity's navy relied on rotating command. Captains held authority only for seasons, then washed the insignia away in ritual baths that reset crews' obligations. Archaeological traces confirm sophisticated instruments that supported this policy. Molds for casting temporary seals, fine-grained clays tempered to dissolve quickly, and ceremonial boats assigned to disposal routes that always curved out beyond sight, ensuring offerings could not be intercepted. Community halls retained records only as ephemeral objects, thread-bound rolls carried for performance, then burned or offered to tides. A few families resisted, hiding tokens in rock crevices and shell caches, revealing the friction between private memory and public law. External pressures tested the Confederation. Raiders from inland polities sought to appropriate maritime prestige by claiming titles and reproducing honorific symbols in their own imagery. Without enduring lists, such claims faltered, for legitimacy here depended on continuous witness, not on documents. Reconstructing this society requires reading craft and choreography as archive. Their unnameable past challenges modern instincts. We seek heroes and founders, but here the achievement resides in shared practice, dispersed and intentionally unanchored across generations quietly. In a highland basin, ringed by serrated cliffs, a polity designed oblivion into law to guard against factional capture. Council chambers pivoted to redistribute sightlines and platforms rotated to prevent permanent prominence. Offices recorded holders as titles with fixed terms, tokens marked service seasons, and were then ceremonially unmade. Urban planners built caches for temporary dedication, objects and furnaces, specialized for reducing plaques to slag. Workshops produced blanks, rather than nameplates. Masons left recesses for removable panels. Archives stored lists as objects meant to be performed, and then neutralized. The municipal calendar enforced rotation. Leaders served defined seasons. Honors were granted publicly, then removed according to statute. Marriage and inheritance rituals emphasized duty over descent. Contracts were witnessed in community assemblies, recited aloud, and then offered to ritual dissolution so that claims could not fossilize into hereditary advantage. Apprenticeship systems circulated skill broadly. Guilds rotated masters to prevent monopolies, emphasizing competence and civic contribution rather than familial privilege. The archaeological footprint confirms design. Excavations show furnaces and vats with residues of metallic reduction, workrooms stocked with cancellors and polishing slurries, and quarries cut to supply stone that is easy to resurface after inscription removal. Hidden caches reveal families, who hid nameplates despite law, evidence that personal memory persisted in quiet resistance. When external shocks disrupted procedure, the polity's reliance on process became a liability, interruptions left functions without institutional memory, and succession blurred. Successor communities adopted technical practices, but lacked the ritual instruments that made anonymous governance coherent, so techniques dispersed while attributions vanished. Modern scholars debate whether to restore names where evidence exists. Some argue that recovering identity restores agency and honors people erased by procedure. Others maintain that imposing names would violate a cultural commitment that intentionally prevented dynastic inequality. The question is not academic alone, it challenges how we relate to past communities and define restorative justice across time. It forces us to ask whether the right to remember belongs to descendants, to scholars, or to the polity itself, and whether reclaiming names can honor or betray an intentional social covenant today. They called it the Register City because every public act arrived at a threshold where ink met sand. The metropolis was planned with attention to disappearance. Avenues funneled dust, plazas opened to wind, and stone faces were finished to accept abrasion. Sculptors left channels in stelae, meant to collect sand. Masons built alcoves that allowed grit to settle deliberately, and municipal planners oriented facades, so storms would run across dedicatory plaques first. The civic calendar staged forgetting. Dedications were not permanent but temporary events, celebrated with public ceremony, and then committed to ritual unmaking. Names were inscribed on soft metal leaf, or thin plaster tablets, displayed in the agora for a marked season, and then carried in procession to a threshold, where they were thinly abraded, washed, and finally exposed to the prevailing wind, until the letters blurred and vanished. The activity was civic and theatrical, like the closing of a contract and the closing of a door at once. The registers were both legal device and moral engineering. They prevented the accumulation of ancestral claims by ensuring that the material anchors of power had an expiration built into them. Inside the city, offices existed to manage this choreography. The registrar of dissolution scheduled removals, appointed auditors to witness the cleanings, and maintained a ritual protocol to prevent abuse. The city's architecture accommodated these offices: chambers with hearths to heat plating for softening inscriptions, shallow furnaces for controlled melting of thin alloys, and ritual baths where dissolved pigment was neutralized in layered pools, so residue could not be retrieved. Workshops specialized in the manufacture of tablets, designed to abrade clean, sheets of copper hammered thin and coated with a brittle lacquer that would flake in measured cycles, clay tablets tempered to lose adhesion when wetted, and inks formulated to bleed away under specified conditions. The materials themselves were part of the law. To inscribe on an official tablet was to accept the terms of eventual removal. Families learned to place their hopes not in perpetuation of name, but in repeated acts of service. Patronage was ephemeral by custom, not by chaos. The city's public rituals reinforced social consensus. During the festival of unmaking, citizens gathered to witness the dissolution of dedications. Music accompanied the abrasion. The sound of sand on stone became the city's metronome. The act was cathartic, communal, and legal, an oath renewed rather than a grudging erasure. Outsiders who observed this often misread the spectacle as waste or humiliation. But for the citizens it was affirmation, the functional equivalent of a constitutional amendment made visible each season. The ritual work also included protections. Certain names could be petitioned into private safekeeping under exceptional circumstances, and a public registry recorded appeals and denials. Yet the default remained removal. Exceptions were rare and contested. The city's political theology placed the health of institutions above the immortality of individuals. That principle had consequences. The polity resisted dynastic capture, produced robust administrative practices, and nurtured civic roles whose value depended on performance. However, design alone could not seal resistance. Subterranean caches reveal families that hid tokens, wrapped and buried beneath hearthstones, or concealed name leaves inside jars sealed with pitch, acts of quiet defiance that preserved lineage in private. These caches, unearthed centuries later, complicate the narrative. evidence that the cultural project of forgetting met human stubbornness. The city's law sought to convert memory into action, rather than inscription, yet the human desire to be named persisted. The material record shows both adherence and resistance: public squares smoothed by ritual, hidden chambers lined with jars labeled in hands that risked punishment, a civic life that performed forgetting by design, while individuals secretly preserved identity by choice. The technology of forgetting in the Register City was as refined as its law. Craftspeople produced not only tools for inscription, but an apparatus for removal. Artisans developed scrapers with concave blades to follow letter grooves without damaging facework, polishing compounds blended from local pumice and plant oils to restore stone to quarry finish, and acids derived from fermented wild fruits to lift gilding without pitting metal. Specialists, cancellers they called them, trained in guilds whose craft was double-edged to make a mark readable, and to erase it cleanly, on command. Workshops kept catalogues of abrasion sequences, a technical manual of removal calibrated to material and climate. The manuals instructed on the temperature thresholds for dissolving alloy leaf, the precise angle for shaving carved strokes, and the neutralizing baths that prevented pigment residues from clinging to cracks, where later retrieval might expose a name. The process was liturgical and surgical. It required skill and care so that removal looked like restoration, rather than vandalism. Public infrastructure supported the work. Drainage systems channeled slurry out to settling basins beyond the city, in ways designed to make recovery impossible. Sluices concealed beneath mosaics led to evaporation pits, and computed thresholds prevented wind-blown residues from accumulating in accessible gullies. The quarry supplied stone matched in grain and hue, so that a cleaned face would blend seamlessly into surrounding masonry. Masons used resurfacing techniques to remove micro-relief left by inscription, without exposing tool marks. Even civic waste management had its role. Ash from the furnaces that dissolved thin plaques was processed and mixed with clay to produce bricks, itself a form of recycling that physically dispersed inscription into building material. In effect, the apparatus for erasure integrated removal into the city's economy. This professionalization created an ethical economy. The Canceller guilds held privileges but also accountability. Oversight panels could censure or punish sloppy erasure, and the Council of Palimpsest enforced standards. Clandestine attempts to smuggle away name leaves were treated severely. Retrieval undermined the polity's legal architecture, yet the underground economy never disappeared entirely. Brokers specialized in creating private safes, sealed jars, false floors, and secret caches, offering families a way to circumvent ritual law for a price. This trade exposed the limits of institutional design. Where the need to remember was strong, markets appeared to supply means of preservation. Courts recorded prosecutions, and confessions sometimes described the rationales: fear of losing inheritance, devotion to ancestor, or distrust of civic promises. The existence of these infractions prompted further legal refinement. Tighter standards of supervision, ritual witnesses whose signatures were ephemeral tokens, and a social education campaign reinforcing the civic morality of letting go. Technological ingenuity extended into legal form. The city's statutes encoded erasure procedures in stepwise clauses: inscription, public display, a season of witness, ceremonial removal, and archival audit. Each step was a safeguard against abuse. Witness lists ensured public visibility. Audit cycles verified that removals occurred, and judicial review adjudicated petitions for exception. These clauses show a society that treated forgetting as a regulated right, not merely as an ad hoc act. Their jurisprudence turned oblivion into law. Modern scholars find these statutes both admirable and unsettling. The technical brilliance of the erasure apparatus made forgetting efficient. Its jurisprudence made forgetting legitimate. Yet the moral questions linger. Can a polity lawfully deprive descendants of the memory of their forebears? Is enforced forgetting a civic hygiene, or a violent erasure? The Register City answers through practice. The polity made a conscious bargain, trade permanence of name for resilience of institutions. The tools of oblivion were both craft and covenant. The social fabric shaped by the register city produced unique consequences for identity and mobility. Without durable commemorative anchors, social distinction was achieved by repeated participation in civic rituals, mastery of craft, or leadership within rotating offices. Apprenticeships and collegia became primary vectors of prestige. A family's status relied on continuous demonstration rather than a single founder's carved claim. This opened opportunities. Talent could elevate a person across generations, but it also made memory fragile. Lives of remarkable contribution left few durable traces. Epic poems could be composed and performed, yet the performer's name would be absent from the stones. This asymmetry affected lineage, inheritance, and narrative authority. Family histories survived in oral registers and hidden caches rather than public stelae, giving rise to a double memory economy: the official, ephemeral register and the private, persistent recollection. Diplomacy with neighboring polities proved complex. Envoys accustomed to dynastic inscriptions found the register city bewildering. Without names to inscribe tribute or treaty, outsiders resorted to other markers, gift lists, witness rolls, or temporary seals. Some neighboring powers attempted to exploit this absence, presenting their own monumental inscriptions to claim legitimacy over the register city's people. Such interventions rarely succeeded, because local legitimacy depended on ritual continuity and witnessed performance rather than on monumentality. Conquerors who tried to impose their own lists often found the populace unresponsive. The civic ethic resisted transfer of memory through external inscription. Conversely, commercial relations thrived. Traders preferred the city's fluid credit arrangements, and the lack of dynastic interference made markets adaptable. Crafts and techniques spread outward as merchants carried products and practices, but not names. Thus the register city became a crucible of technical diffusion without genealogical transmission. The lack of durable onomastic records complicated later historical reconstruction. Successor communities absorbed skills and integrated them into new polities, but they rarely transmitted founders' lineages. Without marked progenitors, later historians had to rely on textual fragments, oral testimonies, and the occasional cache of hidden tablets. The result is a patchwork history, precise knowledge of engineering, pottery, and law, paired with an absence of biographies. Modern debates swirl about restoration. Some scholars argue for exhuming and publicizing private caches when they appear, to reconstitute erased lives. Others warn that doing so violates the very social contract that once preserved civic equity. The register city poses a continuing ethical problem: who has the right to name the dead, and under what authority can contemporary researchers undo an ancient polity's deliberate choice? The question is not only scholarly, it touches on the living descendants, whose cultural memory may have adapted to anonymity, and for whom reintroduced names could disrupt present identities. When shocks fractured the register city, whether environmental shifts, waves of raiding, or internal collapse, the mechanisms of anonymity shaped its fall and the afterlife of its knowledge. The apparatus that had prevented dynastic capture also impeded long-term genealogical continuity. Displaced workers carried tools and techniques into new communities, but names did not travel with them. Crafts persisted, but without documented masters, the lineage of innovation blurred. Successor societies obtained infrastructure and know-how, sometimes assuming it had no origin, or attributing it vaguely to the people of the sands. This loss of named origin changed historical accounting. Innovations were seen as common goods, rather than the achievements of specific individuals. For some neighboring cultures this was flattering, for others it was an affront, as the inability to claim a founder undermined prestige. In the wake of collapse, debates over retrieval intensified. Archaeologists and community leaders argued whether to open sealed caches and restore names to public record. Some descendants insisted that names be returned to honor forebears, while others embraced the inherited ethic of anonymity and cautioned against reviving memorials that their ancestors had rejected. Scholars faced legal and ethical questions about custody: who owns these caches, and who decides whether the dead should be named. A few projects tried limited reconciliation, Community consultations determined whether particular caches should remain private, be digitized but not publicized, or have selected names restored with consent. These mediated approaches acknowledged both the ancient polity's covenant and modern descendants' rights. Still, the tension remains unresolved in many places. Ultimately, the Register City's lesson persists. It forces us to consider memory not as a passive repository, but as an active public instrument, a tool that societies can design to distribute power, to encourage responsibility, and to dampen hereditary advantage. Its architecture transformed forgetting into governance, and made erosion into a mechanism of justice. Yet that same engineering produced a historical silence that challenges modern historians who seek to tell full human stories. The city asks a difficult question: if a society chooses to unname itself for the public good, do modern historians have the right to reconstruct identity in opposition to that choice? The Register City leaves no tidy answer. It leaves instead a record of intention, stones smoothed by ritual, caches hidden in hearths, statutes that prescribe removal, and a continuing conversation about how memory can be governed, preserved or relinquished. In a basin hemmed by cliffs, a compact capital developed an astonishing civic technology, records intentionally designed to vanish. Rather than carve names into durable stone, officials use soluble mediums, wooden ledgers bathed in resins, thin metal leaf that flaked under ceremonial heat, and inks mixed to bleed when washed with a prescribed ritual water. From childhood, citizens learned that public recognition would not be permanent. They were taught to measure honor by work and by recurrent service, rather than by the permanence of inscription. The architecture supported this ethic. Archive rooms opened to the sky with drains leading to settling basins. Panels were framed for easy removal. Plazas staged the reading, and then the dissolution of tokens. Offices existed to manage the process. The registrar of dissolution, auditors, attendants whose duty was to witness removal. The rituals were collective and public to prevent clandestine preservation. Witness lists, communal fires and ceremonial baths ensured transparency and discouraged private caching. Technicians perfected the craft of oblivion. Cancellors honed concave blades that followed letter grooves without gouging stone. Polishing compounds blended pumice and oil to restore quarry finish. Solvents were formulated to remove gilding, yet leave the substrate smooth. The law codified removal. Petitions for exception required public hearings and supermajority approvals, while illicit preservation was punishable. Yet human nature resisted total compliance. Secret caches existed, nameplates tucked beneath hearthstones and jars sealed beneath floors, proof that memory persisted in private despite civic pressure. The city thus taught that forgetting could itself be a public virtue. This practice shaped not only governance but identity. Leadership rotated, careers built on performance rather than inheritance, and social mobility expanded as status derived from recurring contribution. The absence of recorded lineages made social history messy for future reconstruction, but it also prevented dynastic monopoly. When outsiders encountered the city, they often misread anonymity as weakness. When they left, they took techniques but little in the way of names. The capital thus preserved craft and practice, while erasing the individual accolades that typically anchor history. It stands as a deliberate experiment in designing human memory into law and engineering forgetfulness, to preserve public life. The consequences were ambiguous. The polity's system enabled reorganization after disaster, because offices could be reassigned without dynastic claims, yet it also left communities without named anchors to rally the living, when tradition faltered. Techniques spread widely, but authorship did not. Later generations adopted looms, kilns and legal forms whose provenance blurred into general practice. Modern scholars find this both frustrating and enlightening. The record preserves method, but resists personal attribution. Ethical dilemmas arise when caches surface. Should archaeologists restore names or respect the civic choice to unname? The debate continues, refracting contemporary concerns back onto a polity that built forgetting into its civic machinery. Among riverine communities downstream, another polity adopted ritual deletion as a safeguard against the personal accumulation of power. They assembled great libraries of fired clay tablets and slender wooden scrolls, but those repositories were engineered to be ephemeral. Cataloging systems used token chains that tracked obligations through the season. At season's end, tokens were ceremonially unbound, and the records placed in melting baths or left to vermin, a legalized sacrament of discontinuity. The writing itself was designed to accelerate decay when exposed to air or moisture. Scribes used tempering agents that made ink volatile. Architecturally, libraries included antechambers for public reading and inner sanctums where tablets were ritually cleansed. The inner sanctums had channels that allowed for controlled release of dissolved fibers into reed beds beyond the city. Professional roles emerged: the binder of seasons, whose duty was to list claims transiently, the witness of passage, who validated removal, and the custodian of absences, who archived petitions to prevent abuses of the dissolution policy. This legal framework was comprehensive and ritualized. Dispensations were possible, but they required sworn testimony and communal consent. Artisans specialized in manufacturing dissolution media, clays that flaked when moistened, inks that bled at specified pH, waxes that liquefied under ritual heat, so that removal was predictable and efficient. The polity prized adaptability. Officials rotated frequently. Apprentices moved through guilds to prevent patrimonial transmission of craft, and training emphasized capacity over pedigree. Economically, this produced flexibility. Merchants could redeploy credit without fear of dynastic claims. Artisans spread techniques widely because knowledge could not be monopolized through inscription. Yet the human cost was subtle. Families who sought continuity had to rely on oral memory and private caches. Archaeologists unearthing those private caches discover personal letters, family trees, and commemorative plates secreted in sealed jars, acts of defiance and devotion that complicate neat interpretations of civic policy. Politically, the ritual of dissolution served to defang potential usurpers and reduce factionalism. It curtailed memorial politics by making memory an active process rather than a possession. Socially, it fostered a culture of present-minded duty that prized repeatable action over monumental legacy, and that ethic made the polity resilient in times of stress because authority could be redistributed without genealogical claims. Later, when neighboring powers attempted to write the city into their annals, they mistook the absence of names for emptiness. In truth, the polity was rich with practice and densely networked, and it simply refused to let memory be hoarded. Modern scholars confront a paradox: technical and legal sophistication abound, yet individual biographies seldom survive. Some communities request restoration, others reject it. Consent, context, and consequence must guide any disclosure. No simple answer. In upland fortresses, the policy of forgetting assumed a defensive, even martial guise. Honors for commanders were public and temporal. Banners flew during campaigns, and were ceremonially burned afterward. Stones marked with victories were displayed for a season, and then smoothed. Architects built facings that could be removed and relaid. Inscription panels, designed to be lifted and neutralized in furnaces, so that glory never calcified into hereditary authority. Military registers recorded service as ephemeral tokens, beads threaded in sequences for counting seasons, cords with knots representing campaigns, objects intended to be performed in ceremonies, and then ritually untied. These symbolic tokens served practical functions in logistics and morale, but were ephemeral by design, ensuring that authority remained contingent on competence, rather than birthright. The practical benefits were clear. Forces were rebalanced quickly when leaders fell, and friction over claims to past victories diminished because no family could consolidate pride into political leverage through monuments. Yet the human impulse to remember persisted. Families hid small relics, inscribed grip caps, beads in sealed pouches, beneath floorstones, and within false hearths. Such caches, when discovered by later diggers, provide tantalizing glimpses into personal devotion and filial piety that the polity attempted to regulate out of public life. The erasure apparatus extended beyond material measures into ritual pedagogy. Youth underwent rites in which elders narrated feats, and then performed a symbolic unnaming, teaching that acts mattered more than personal legacy, and that the polity's survival required rotation and self-renunciation. War narratives circulated orally in communal spaces with speakers who refused to attribute lines to individuals, framing deeds as collective achievements. This habit reshaped identity. Soldiers valued service over honorific lineage, and families learned to celebrate role and performance rather than memorial inscription. When enemies later encroached, the polity adapted. Its lack of durable heroes made it harder for rivals to seize moral authority by claiming descent from military glories. But the trade-off was clear for modern historians. Martial techniques survive in archaeological strata, fortifications, armories and logistics centers. But the biographies of commanders rarely appear. Military campaigns are visible as scars in landscape and inventory, not as named narratives. This complicates reconstruction of causes and consequences. Without named leaders, historians must infer paths from material remains and ritual contexts. Ethically, the discovery of private caches raises questions similar to those elsewhere. Should researchers restore names to public record when they surface or honor a cultural choice that deliberately anonymized public acclaim? The debate touches on descendants' wishes, the scholarly imperative to narrate human agency, and the respect owed to a polity that engineered forgetting to protect itself from the very perils that conquest brings. Always. The entangled consequences of engineered unremembering unfold across demography, craft dispersal, and modern ethics. As communities practicing ritual deletion collapsed or dispersed, their techniques migrated outward, absorbed by neighboring polities as anonymous expertise. Pottery forms, textile patterns, kiln temperatures, and judicial formulas continued in use, but their human authors seldom traveled with their reputations. Successor societies adopted methods without founders' names, and thus cultural innovations became communal tools rather than monuments to individuals. This made technological diffusion efficient and egalitarian. Innovations spread because they were useful, not because patrons endowed lineage. Yet it also rendered historical attribution difficult. Archaeologists find continuity in method, but absence in provenance. The result is a patchwork past precise technical knowledge coexisting with sparse biographical records. Modern historians and descendant communities must therefore negotiate how to balance respect for an ancient polity's intentional anonymity with the desire to restore human stories. Sometimes private caches surface sealed jars, hidden scrolls, bearing names and lineages preserved against civic law. Such discoveries ignite debate. Some argue that the recovery of names honors the dead and corrects a historical void. Others contend that restoring names violates the polity's deliberate covenant, imposing an external archival ethic onto a society that rejected permanent commemoration. Ethical practice has evolved. Many archaeologists now pursue community consultation, returning control of disclosure to living descendants or cultural heirs before publishing identifications. These consultations can lead to nuanced decisions, names kept private in community archives, digital surrogates, created accessible only to designated descendants, or conditional public restoration, when consensual and contextually appropriate. Such mediated approaches try to honor both scholarly inquiry and ancient civic choices. At a broader level, the phenomenon invites reflection about how memory functions as political technology. Designing forgetting can curb dynastic capture, encourage mobility, and prioritize institutional resilience at the cost of individual remembrance. It reframes the meaning of legacy. Rather than bequeathing immortal names, societies can invest in repeatable practices that sustain collective life. In contemporary terms, that raises uncomfortable questions about reparation and historical justice. Would restoring names materially benefit descendants, or would such acts impose identity frameworks they do not desire? Scholars must therefore weigh potential restorative gains against the risks of imposing external values. Finally, the case studies of these erased civilizations compel us to reconsider what constitutes a complete history. Is a past without names an incomplete ledger, or a deliberate archive that values continuity over celebrity? The answer may vary across communities and contexts, but the lesson is consistent. Memory is not merely a passive record, it can be actively engineered. These societies turned forgetting into governance, and their legacies force us to ask whether our hunger to name and list might sometimes overwrite an ancient choice made to protect the common good. In a valley ringed by basalt ridges, where lightning braids the horizon, and rivers carry mineral dust like whispered currency, there existed a civilization famed for metalwork, so fine its edges seemed to cleave sound. Their forges smoked as cities elsewhere raise stone. Workshops clustered like hives around communal bellows, and slag fields spread beyond the urban edge. A black geography of production, the footprint of a people whose craft rewrote the limits of alloy. Their blades did not merely cut, they sang in contact, their temper so exact that a struck edge produced a clear, sustained tone. Armor plates lay concave and light as folded wind. Jewelry used metals that matched hues found nowhere else. Trade networks radiated across climates, carrying their goods and never the names of their makers. For within that society there had been an ethic. Smiths were masters of technique, not of legacy. Apprentices rose by skill and tenure, but the instruments of acclaim, plaques, workshop signatures, personal stamps, were ritual objects meant to be relinquished. At the end of a master's term, his mark was reheated in a communal furnace, hammered thin, and cast into an undifferentiated ingot, from which new blanks were drawn. The ritual recycled fame into resource, names dissolved into metal, and then recast as blank slate. Identity became feedstock for the next generation's craft. Archaeologists clearing the slag plains find the physical traces of that ethic. Sequences of heats and reworks in layers that show repeated cycles of consolidation and erasure. Tools for inscription exist, dies and punches, but the faces are worn smooth as if hands practiced removal as often as marking. Inside workshops, microstrata reveal careful protocols, pads of oil saturated with carbon to remove pigment, trays used to collect filings that would be redistributed in alloy mixing, and sealed jars where occasional families hid a stamped token against law. Those hidden tokens are rare and illicit, and their discovery troubles the tidy narrative that the civically enforced forgetting enabled egalitarian production. Because beneath the social engineering lay human longing, the desire to be counted, to leave a trace beyond work. In some found caches, names persist on small pieces of metal tucked into private shrines, their surfaces blackened but legible to a careful eye. These finders' marks feed debates among scholars. Did families preserve identity as defiance, devotion, or insurance? When the forges finally fell silent, through calamity, resource shift, or simply the slow migration of methods, the recipes and techniques did not vanish entirely. They diffused like heat into neighboring cultures, alloy choices traveling along merchant circles. Yet the absence of labeled masters complicated technological genealogy. Who perfected a temper, who discovered an alloy ratio, who invented the lattice technique. The craft remains, but its human authors are often anonymous in the sediment. That anonymity shaped the metallurgy's spread. Techniques were communal goods, circulating by practice rather than through text or named treatises. Recovering the ethics behind the forges means reading object traces as law. The very absence of names in temples and market fronts is evidence of deliberate social engineering. A polity that chose to make craft common and fame ephemeral. The silent forges thus offer a paradox: technical brilliance preserved, personal credit intentionally sacrificed, and a cultural calculus that traded posterity for the prevention of hereditary advantage. The forge's technical system was astonishingly sophisticated. Furnaces were staged in rings, with precisely graduated mouths. Bellows capacities and draft angles were standardized across quarters to produce consistent burn curves. Metallurgists kept meticulous, but ephemeral logs on wax tablets and oil-treated leaves, records of hearth temperature, slag composition, and quench timing that were always destined for ritual disposal at a season's end. The material evidence shows calibrated expertise, repeated microstructures in blades, consistent carbide distribution in tools, and unique surface laminations, indicating controlled folding sequences. Crucially, the society organized knowledge transfer as embodied apprenticeship rather than as textual treaties. Masters taught by touch, the feel of coal in the hand, the sound a blank makes as it cools, the subtle flex that announces correct temper. This transmission method cannot easily be captured by a ledger or a plaque. It resists formalization. That resistance was intentional. Leaders feared the monopolization of knowledge. A named genius could anchor power and create dynastic leverage. So the polity institutionalized methods that required social immersion to learn. Apprenticeships were long and communal. Cohorts rotated among workshops, learning numerous variants of the same technique and preventing lineage-based specialization. The ritual of mark removal became a pedagogical moment. Newly melted ingots symbolically dissolved the ego of the master, turning private credit into public resource. Ethnographers posit that this transformed metallurgy into a public good and that the economy of craft depended on collective stewardship of technique. Yet technical transfer, by practice, had vulnerabilities. When trade routes shifted and raw ore sources changed, the delicate chain of embodied knowledge frayed. Without durable textualized recipes or named masters who could be sought out and courted, neighboring communities gained the methods in diluted form through migrants and trade goods. The result was broad diffusion, but also fragmentation. Variations proliferated, regional innovations emerged, and the original synthesis became irrecoverable in parts. Modern metallurgical analysis can reconstruct processes, heat ranges, quench media, fold counts, but rarely, if ever, can it attribute an innovation to an identifiable person. That leaves a moral gap for historians: how to honor ingenuity when the culture deliberately made ingenuity unattributable. Some argue for reconstructing probable lines of influence. Others counsel respect for the polity's choice to make their craft communal, suggesting that attempts to assign individual credit impose foreign values on a society that prioritized institutional balance over memorial fame. The social logic of the silent forges extended beyond metallurgy and shaped law, economy, and identity. Guilds existed, but they were organized as rotating colleges, whose leaders held office for defined seasons, and then returned to the workforce without personal plaudits. Economic contracts emphasized reciprocal service, loans guaranteed by current labor rather than by long-term inheritance, mitigating the rise of rentier classes dependent on archival credit. Marriage customs favored exogamy and apprenticeship alliances. Family continuity depended on vocational competence rather than on patrimony. In public ritual, the final act of a master's tenure took place at the communal smelter, a small ceremony where his brand was heated and dissolved. His apprentices witness and accept the melted metal as material for new tools. The symbolism was powerful and quotidian. The life of skill became a cycle of giving and renewal. This cultural architecture had practical consequences. When resource scarcity or conflict struck, the ability to reassign experts rapidly and to remix technique across regions enabled adaptive responses. Conversely, the absence of named rights complicated the reconstitution of institutions after collapse. When sabotage, invasion, or environmental change disrupted cohorts, the embodied chain of transmission broke. Successor communities adopted fragments of technique, but without coherent schools of transmission, the purity of method eroded. Additionally, the deliberate erosion of personal credit did not eliminate human grief or aspiration. Private shrines with name-stamped tokens reveal that many practitioners yearned to be remembered, to have a child recall a hand's line or a particular tempering method. These private acts of preservation were often punishable, or at least frowned upon, and they reflect a universal tension, the friction between communal ethics and personal desire. For modern practitioners analyzing recovered blades and ornaments, there is both admiration and melancholy. Admiration for a society that engineered its economy to avoid hereditary capture. Melancholy because the faces of the makers are largely absent from the archaeological frame. The silent forges thus ask the scholar to honor systems rather than individuals, to read innovation as a social artifact, and to understand anonymity as policy rather than accident. When archaeologists engage the remnant smithing quarters, they confront ethical choices as well as technical riddles. Removing a hidden name token from a private shrine may restore lineage for living descendants who seek reconnection. Doing so also violates a social covenant and risks imposing a naming regime the community resisted. Should the modern world reverse an ancient decision designed to prevent dynastic power? Some descendant communities ask for restoration, seeking to reclaim erased ancestors, whereas others prefer the silence, finding in it an ancestral ethic that safeguarded communal life. Archaeologists have learned to approach such finds, with community consultation at the center, negotiating whether to publish names, to digitize caches for closed archives, or to leave them intact in situ. Technically, scholars deploy metallography, trace element analysis, and experimental archaeology to reconstruct the forge's methods, recreating bellows geometries, quench baths, and folding sequences to understand intention without naming authors. These reconstructions have value. Modern craftsmen have revived forgotten techniques that prove resilient in challenging climates, and engineering lessons gleaned from those blades inform contemporary material science. Yet the revival carries the weight of appropriation. Taking a method without its social contract risks turning communal practice into proprietary skill. Some modern workshops attempt to honor the polity's ethic by teaching revived methods in open guild formats, where recognition is for collective workshop performance, rather than for individual branding. In this way, the silent forges continue to influence living practice, shaping choices about how knowledge is stewarded and how communities choose to remember, or forego remembering, those who made the world sharper and stranger. There are capitals whose very stones bear the memory of forgetting, cities built as palimpsests, where surfaces were meant to be written upon, and then gently returned to blankness, as civic routine. The planners of these places treated the public face of a building as a ledger with an expiration date. Streets led to panels set within frames designed for easy removal. Public halls opened onto courtyards equipped with furnaces and washstands, and the masons finished the stone so that when rubbed clean no scar betrayed the letters beneath. Inhabitants learned early that the city's identity was dynamic. Honors were temporarily conferred, and then intentionally dissolved, not as punishment but as governance. The archives here were not vaults, but theatres, pages brought out for performance read, and then ritually erased. Architects integrated mechanisms for removal, grooves for sliding plaques, hollowed ledges where rolled tablets could be slid into ovens, and drains to carry pigments away to settling basins beyond the sight of markets. The professional staff who managed this work were specialists with ceremonial duties, the scribes of passing, the keepers of null, the ceremonial burners, roles codified into law. Their manuals, when found in fragments, are procedural texts, not manifestos, step-by-step instructions for public reading, witness counts to ensure transparency, and precise heat schedules for melting thin metal leaf, so that traces would not survive. Families and patrons accepted the bargain because the policy redistributed advantage. No child could inherit a monument. No heir could lean on a carved name to claim authority. The social compact created mobility. Status accrued through repeated service, through apprenticeship, through the governance of duties, rather than by the fossilization of a single ancestor's carved claim. Yet the practice produced pressure. Human beings tend toward attachment, and wherever institutional forgetting was stringent, private memory practices grew like roots beneath paving. Buried jars, sealed boxes, and hidden niches reveal the quiet resistance. Names tucked away beneath hearthstones, small plates bearing impressions of identity, and letters wrapped against humidity with wax. These caches are the archaeological whisper that the palimpsest cities could not fully enforce oblivion. Some caches appear devotional, kept in family altars for lineage rights, while others are insurance policies, private investments against the day when political winds might favor the recall of ancestry. When such caches surface, they present modern scholars with ethical dilemmas. To publish names is to violate an ancient civic covenant. To withhold them is to deny descendants knowledge of their forebears. The palimpsest capitals force us to ask whether remembering is always restorative, and whether forgetting can be a moral act designed to protect the many. The rhetorical compact of these cities was clear. The common good required institutions that prevented memory from amassing into hereditary privilege. Their architecture enforced that ethic through practical means, and yet the stubborn persistence of private remembrance demonstrates the complexity of human desire for continuity. Inside the palimpsest capitals, the daily choreography of removal became a ritual that knitted civic life together. Public ceremonies for the dissolution of marks were scheduled like harvests, and everyone attended: neighbors, guilds, witnesses, the infants who would grow into new citizens. The act of erasure was not merely legal but performative, an affirmation of community values. Tokens were inscribed and displayed for a prescribed term, then paraded through the city in a procession, read aloud in the marketplace, and finally carried to a place where artisans neutralized them with craft. Watchers recorded the event with ephemeral marks, wet wax impressions, temporary cords and witness knots on ropes, evidence that an obligation had been performed without providing a durable list for descendants to weaponize later. This procedural economy reshaped incentives. Patrons invested in public works, knowing their commemoration would be temporary. Officials governed with an eye to repetition rather than immortalization. Craftsmen labored for quality that would be recognized in practice, rather than immortalized in stone. It created a culture where reputation had to be earned anew each season, where the continuity of institutions mattered more than the permanence of a name. The result was a striking civic resilience. When drought, flood, or foreign pressure disrupted life, the polity could reorganize without dynastic disputes clogging succession. Yet resilience carried a cost. Because commemoration was ephemeral, later societies struggled to trace lineages, or to reconstruct the narratives by which the palimpsest capitals once animated their people. The social memory of deeds diffused into practices and rituals rather than into lists and ledgers, and thus the humans who fueled innovation became anonymous in the historical record even as their techniques survived. The technical apparatus supporting palimpsest practices was highly developed. Workshops specialized in reversible inscription, thin metal leaf struck with soft stamps, to create readable impressions that would melt on schedule, coated clay tablets, designed to flake when exposed to a particular solution, and pigments mixed to dissolve upon ceremonial washing. There were tool makers who produced cancellers, concave scrapers and abrasive pastes that removed ink without pitting stone, and furnace masters who calibrated heat, so plaques vaporized without scattering recoverable fragments. Even quarrying practices reflected the ethic. Stones were selected and finished to match cleansed faces, enabling the urban fabric to look seamless, even after generations of ritual erasure. The state invested in infrastructure that made removal logistically possible and socially visible. Channels directed slurry to evaporation marshes beyond sight. Auditors monitored performance, and legal codes codified exception processes for genuine cases of family distress or religious need. The result was a civilization with high administrative competence and a moral imagination that transformed forgetting into a civic instrument. Yet where law demanded erasure, market forces found workarounds. Brokers offered clandestine safekeeping. Guilders clandestinely sold duplicate plaques to families willing to risk sanction, and forged tokens circulated in black markets. The palimpsest capitals thus existed in a state of managed tension between collective principle and individual longing, creating social dynamics marked by both civic pride and quiet dissent. When a palimpsest capital stopped functioning, whether because of climate shifts, invasion, or slow demographic decline, its material silence complicated how successors rid the ruins. Crafts, legal forms, and engineering practices spread outward as migrant workers, refugees, and traders carried techniques elsewhere, but the human names did not travel with them intact. Later communities adopted kilns, canals, and tempering methods, while plausibly attributing them to generalized regional skill rather than to the original artisans. The result is a diffusion of method without a clear genealogy of makers. For modern investigators, unearthed caches offer a moral conundrum. Should the buried names be returned to public knowledge to restore stories of individual courage and craft, or left concealed to honor a polity's commitment to an egalitarian memory policy. Increasingly, archaeologists approach these caches with community consultation, allowing descendant groups to guide disclosure. Sometimes names are restored privately, digitized in closed archives accessible only to certain lineages. Sometimes they are memorialized in ways that respect the original ethos, commemorations that emphasize collective claims instead of individual glorification. The palimpsest capitals therefore continue to teach, memory is malleable, and the choices societies make about what to preserve and what to dissolve shape not only their institutions, but also how future generations read their past. When a people designs its public face to be temporary, it forces a question that remains urgent now, whether the past exists primarily for the living to anchor power, or whether forgetting can be a deliberate tool of justice. Beneath an alluvial plain that now yields only reed and fallow, archaeologists have unearthed a civic center, whose literal emptiness of names is its most eloquent inscription. The plaza there opens onto a sunken forum ringed by alcoves, where sculptors once set tablets, but those alcoves are largely empty. In those few that retain traces, the stone faces show meticulous smoothing and chemical residues consistent with ritual neutralization. The planners of this center built remembrance into disappearance, designing public architecture so that inscriptions could be installed, read, and then removed without visible scar. Engineers embedded grooves for slider plates, laid channels to carry dissolving slurry away from sight, and designed furnaces specifically calibrated to oxidize thin alloy plates into unusable slag. The civic scripts recovered are procedural manuals: how to inscribe, how to read in public, who must witness, and how to adjudicate petitions for exception. Names are not absent from the legal imagination so much as excised by law. The polity treated naming as a public resource that could be weaponized by dynastic actors. Their solution was institutional: create formalized repeatable mechanisms by which the material traces of honor and claim could be returned to neutral substrate. In practice, this reshaped political life. Honor accrued through service cycles and rotated offices, not fixed lineage. Leaders rose in public demonstration and surrendered tokens, lest their descendants inherit a memorial advantage. Markets thrived in such regimes because credit could not be securitized by ancestral vouchers, and craft spread because patents in the modern sense did not fossilize. Yet personal memory did not vanish. Private caches sealed jars beneath hearths, plates tucked beneath threshold stones, letters wrapped in oilcloth, show families who could not accept total oblivion. Those caches complicate the neat reading of public erasure. They reveal human longing and the friction between communal policy and private sentiment. When historians try to reconstruct biographies from these stealth reserves, they confront an ancient legal bargain. To restore names is to contravene a political ethics, whose aim was egalitarian stability. The moral question modern excavators face is not merely technical, it is political and ancestral. Who has the authority to overturn a civic decision about what should be public memory and what should not? The buried chronicles of this plain thus force us to weigh the appetite for named history against respect for a society's deliberate refusal to permit fame to calcify into hereditary power. Reading the site demands a new method, one that interprets absence as a design choice, and that listens for social life in the architecture of forgetting. The material record of the buried chronicles reveals technical systems of erasure that are as refined as the mechanisms of inscription. Workshops developed cancellers, tools designed to shave grooves without pitting surfaces, pastes that lift pigment while preserving stone grain, and alloys formulated to vaporize under controlled heat, so no recoverable fragments remain. Masons and smiths coordinated, stones selected from quarries were finished to match cleansed panels. Metallic plates were made of blends that ensure complete oxidation when exposed to specific combustion regimes, and dyes were mixed to flake cleanly under ritual washing. Legal manuals instruct registrars how many witnesses must attend a public dissolution, how auditors must certify removal, and what economic penalties attend illicit preservation. The logistical complexity suggests that forgetting was not merely symbolic, but instrumental, a regulated public good. The city's bureaucracy readied the means for removal as carefully as it readied treasuries or grain stores. This institutionalization implies two intertwined aims. First, prevent the accumulation of mimetic power that could be transferred through monuments into dynastic capital. Second, ensure social mobility within a polity where repeated performance, rather than ancestral claim, structured political assent. In such a design, memory is a policy lever to secure civic resilience. But even as the polity engineered forgetting, human actors found ways to resist or repurpose the system. Hidden caches appear across strata, sometimes bearing names, sometimes containing genealogical fragments like threaded beads with engraved marks or lists scribed on perishable leaf then sealed in bitumen. These acts of preservation were risky and often clandestine, small rebellions against a communal ethic, and their presence reveals contested memory politics. Where public squares enforced neutralization, private hearths preserved continuity. The interplay between these spheres, public removal and private preservation, created a layered cultural geography where official absence coexisted with shadow memory. For modern scholars, that duality complicates narrative authority. Restoring names from caches can mend biographies but risks overriding a civic moral choice encoded into architecture and law. The buried chronicles hence compel contemporary actors to approach restoration with humility, to consult descendant communities, and to debate whether recovering a name honors a person or violates a civic covenant designed for collective justice. The social consequences of such a policy are visible in settlement patterns and in the diffusion of technique. Communities born from migrants who carried methods without names became fertile grounds for innovation. Crafts spread by practice as apprentices circulated between workshops, rather than by textual treatises attributed to masters. This promoted adaptability and broad technical literacy, but also diffused the narrative impulse. Histories are harder to anchor when pioneers remain unnamed. Economically, the design limited the consolidation of capital through memorial leverage. Without stelae to secure claims, wealth circulated through performance and reciprocal obligation, rather than through dynastic bequest. Politically, this discouraged the rise of fossilized aristocracies, creating institutions responsive to seasonal and civic demands. Yet the policy had costs. When external shocks, resource loss, climatic shift, or invading groups disrupted the circuits of apprenticeship and ritual, the absence of named linchpins sometimes made coordinated recovery harder. Neighboring societies, accustomed to dynastic records, misinterpreted the lack of names as cultural deficiency rather than deliberate civic engineering. They then labeled such polities forgotten in their chronicles, absorbing their crafts but not their stories. This misreading is partly why our modern ledger lacks these civilizations' biographies. Erasure by design happened long before outsiders looted or wrote histories, and later reductive accounts bled the absence into assumed disappearance. Recovering a fuller past requires historians to read material practice, the shape of workshops, patterns in kiln temperatures, the choreography of civic rituals, as archive. The absence of names is itself data. In this way, an archaeology of omission emerges, one that constructs human narratives from what communities chose to neutralize as much as from what they decided to preserve. Ethical frameworks for dealing with the buried chronicles now evolve around collaboration, consent, and contextual restoration. Many scholars advocate for protocols that treat caches and recovered names as matters of living heritage, not mere academic fodder. Consultation with descendant groups can lead to options: private remembrance, restricted digital archives, or community-led public memorials that honor individuals within the context of the ancient polity's ethics. This approach seeks to reconcile the desire to recover lost stories with the need to respect an historical decision to regulate memory for communal stability. The conversation is rarely easy. Some descendant communities ask for names to be revealed to facilitate claims to land or to repatriate artifacts. Others prefer to maintain the silence their ancestors encoded, viewing public naming as a type of cultural colonization. Museums and archives, when working with such finds, often adopt tiered access models, digitized records, available to consultative committees, controlled publications that anonymize certain caches, and community-driven memorials that emphasize collective achievements over personal plaudits. On the academic side, scholars propose methodological shifts, treat absence as interpretive variable, publish negative evidence, and develop narrative forms that tell human stories without necessarily assigning every invention to a named author. In doing so, they attempt to honor both the polity's design and the human individuals who lived within it. The buried chronicles thereby continue to shape the ethics of archaeology and history. They insist that memory is not merely recovered, but negotiated, that naming is not always restitution, and that sometimes the most profound histories are those told through the architecture of forgetting rather than through lists carved in stone. At the edge of a salt plain where wind scours the bones of older towns, there rose a lattice of settlements. Scholars now call the cities of returned names. From a distance they look brittle, low clay walls, sun-bleached steps, roofs patched with woven reed. But walk their avenues, and the material reveals a civic choreography as deliberate as any codex. Their polity turned naming into a ritualized economy. Names were offered, displayed, erased, and sometimes in a public act of communal judgment returned. The ritual began in public. A plaque appears in a forum, set into a panel patterned to fit a single season. A song is composed and performed, a list is read aloud, witnesses sign knotted cords, and the community watches. That which is named becomes visible, not as inheritance, but as a circulating instrument, visible for a time to focus civic gratitude, and then deliberately neutralized, so it cannot be transformed into dynastic leverage. This two-act architecture, erasure followed by conditional reclamation, produced a moral grammar in which memory functions like currency, valuable in exchange, dangerous if hoarded. Erasure is not annihilation, but redistribution. Public plaques were displayed for a season, read in market and forum, and then ceremonially neutralized, smoothed, dissolved, or taken to fire, so that no single household could bind the future with a monument. The polity's artisans engineered plaques to disappear cleanly, thin alloys that oxidized to useless slag, pigments that dissolved in a prescribed wash, panels built to be slid out and burned in front of witnesses. The second act, reclamation, was not automatic. It required a petition, a public case, ritual evidence of service, and often a labor-intensive repayment to the commons. A name might be returned, but it was returned with obligations to rebuild a canal, to endow a communal bakery, to teach apprentices. The returned name became a conditional trust, always tethered to public service, and always susceptible to recall if duties were neglected. Architecture encoded this process everywhere. Forums had twin alcoves, one for display and dissolution, the other set aside for the returned token, if the community approved. The city's masons crafted grooves to slide panels in and out with little sign of disturbance. Conservators of the day, registrars and ritual masons, knew how to resurface stone so the public face never bore the scars of memory. Archivists kept ephemeral replicas, knotted cords, song sequences, woven bands, forms of memory that could be taught, but not mass-produced as permanent claims. Sculptors carved effigies on detachable panels. Amphitheaters were designed so testimonies carried, and then diffused into the audience like scent. Apprentices learned liturgies, as well as crafts. Masons, singers and civic clerks were trained in making and unmaking. The city's material culture taught citizens that commemoration could be dramatic yet temporary, that honor might be earned and then returned. Adjudication itself took the form of performance. Petitioners presented their cases in the open, often moving along processional routes, so the entire polis could witness. Witnesses, neighbors, guildmasters, merchants, testified aloud, and musicians kept a cadence that structured testimony. Councils combined legal knowledge with rhetorical sensitivity. They measured technical service, repair to aqueducts, saving harvests, innovations that aided the many, alongside moral criteria, restitution, apology, sustained contribution. An adjudicator's decision was therefore poetic, as well as juridical. Restorations were usually conditional, a name might be returned for a defined project, the terms of which were visible on patterned bands wrapped upon hands and hung in markets. These bands encoded duration and duties, their colors, knots and weaves functioning as civic contracts legible to the market and the guild. The band itself was a living contract, visible in markets and workshops, a public reminder that honor comes with obligations, and that obligations are witnesses before they are privileges. This system reconfigured civic ambition. Reputation accrued through repeated service, through acts observed in public, through apprenticeships and seasonal leadership. Guilds pooled resources to sponsor projects that allowed candidates to demonstrate worth. Poets and dramatists wrote new cantos for restoration ceremonies. Musicians composed motifs used as mnemonic verifications, tunes whose refrains encoded lists of service that any witness could sing back as evidence. Cultural production and civic administration braided together. Families sometimes hid private tokens beneath hearthstones as insurance, and the presence of such caches testifies to the friction between communal design and human longing. The system did not eliminate private desire for continuity, it constrained it, forcing families who wished to preserve lineage into clandestine economies of memory. Outsiders encountering these cities often misread their ritual grammar. Conquerors who tried to seize plaques discovered that legitimacy here depended on continuous witness rather than on seized stone. A plaque taken by force meant little if the community had not chosen restoration. The conqueror's bragging inscriptions could be neutralized in ritual by those who retained the legal authority. Archaeologists who excavate streets not only find token molds and amphitheater stages, but songbooks, palm leaf codices of ritual refrains, an archive of movement, rhythm, and embodied memory, more than of static inscription. For the citizenry, memory rituals were governance. For scholars, they complicate easy teleologies of power. You cannot map succession by stones alone, where honors were intentionally temporary. The cities of returned names thus become a study in balancing mercy and accountability. Restoration is a mechanism of reconciliation. Petitioning for a name's return can heal ruptures. A mediator who mends a feud might be restored to public standing as a way to reconcile opposing factions. Yet the system is not naively generous. Councils guarded against manipulation, rotating auditors, cross-checked witnesses, stringent witness rules were enacted, and penalties for forged testimonies or illicit caches were severe. The civic logic assumes that memory, if misallocated, can entrench inequality. Therefore the polity engineered procedures to prevent capture. But the presence of clandestine jars and sealed boxes, private efforts to hold names, remains a recurrent archaeological theme, reminding us that policy and practice never fully align. Materially, the cities leave signature traces. Processional stones show wear patterns from repeated flows of bodies. Amphitheater benches are smoothed by breath and touch. Molds for bands and token plates appear in workshop layers. Furnaces sized for ceremonial consumption rather than industrial throughput, and small incineration pits found at civic nodes speak of rituals designed for visibility. Acoustic planning is evident. Amphitheaters oriented for intelligibility, processional routes that carry voices to gatherers, and designated spaces where observers counted and salted testimony into civic record. The physical fabric does the work of law. It imposes cadence, creates constraints and structures testimony in ways that favor communal judgment over individual accumulation. In essence, the cities of returned names created an alternative technology of memory, not erasure as loss but erasure as governance, and restoration as conditional redistribution. The moral core of their design is simple but radical. Memory must be earned and maintained through active, continuing public contribution. That ethic privileges repair, continuous contribution, and communal accountability, making memory a tool of civic health rather than a trophy of familial advantage. The sensory traces they left, processional stones, amphitheater benches, bands with knot patterns, invite modern readers to read architecture and ritual as law. The city's vanished names compel us to confront our own assumptions that permanence is inherently just, that named ancestors are the best anchors for social memory, or that historical recovery must always amplify the individual rather than the institution. The cities of returned names offer a different argument. Sometimes the just thing is to make honor renewable, visible for a season, and then returned to the commons. If the first part of the city's story is about process, how a name becomes public, disappears, and then might be returned, the second part is about how performance turned adjudication into public pedagogy. The rituals of restoration transformed litigation into theatre and law into choreography. Petitioners for name return did not present themselves before closed halls, but paraded along processional routes, so that the whole polis might witness. The market became a forum for testimony. Musicians kept time, children carried cords, whose knots recorded signatures by pattern. This public nature of judgment made reputation communal rather than private. It enmeshed families into a web of public evidence. The adjudicators who heard petitions were multi-skilled. They combined legal training with rhetorical technique, and an ear for rhythm. To adjudicate was to judge both fact and performance. Technical contributions, repairing bridges or inventing loom changes, were measured not in invoices, but in public demonstration. A weaver seeking restoration might be required to perform a new loom technique before guild members and the mayor, the result recorded in a communal refrain. Moral metrics, apology, restitution, willingness to serve, were similarly made visible through acts of reciprocity. Reconstruction of ruined wells, sponsoring collective feasts, or assuming unpaid leadership for a time. Decisions were therefore conditional and monitored by rotating auditors to prevent consolidation of advantage. That monitoring was conspicuously public. Auditors were drawn from guild rotations, their initials woven into the knots that accompanied each band, and any attempt to manipulate the process was visible in the market. Mechanics matter in these rituals. Officials kept chests of patterned bands, whose colors and knots encoded legal conditions. During a rite, the band was ceremonially wrapped. Its pattern announced to any observer the duration of rites, the duties attached, and the penalties for neglect. Bands functioned as living contracts visible in markets and workshops. They were portable, legible, and subject to inspection by any guild member. Permanent plaques were purposefully absent from civic space. Time-limited tokens integrated social surveillance into everyday life. Enforcement was social as much as coercive. Neighbors observed obligations. Guilds refused contracts to those with lapsed bands, and public memory circulated through song and rumor as much as through statute. The band's tangibility made civic obligation legible. No opaque legal code could match the moral force of a knotted band worn openly. This public culture reshaped ambition and artistry alike. Artisans timed offerings to restoration seasons. Poets composed stanzas that functioned as testimony. Schools taught rhetoric and craft together. Apprenticeships became civic acts. Learning a craft meant learning the liturgy by which worth would be proved. Guilds sponsored bids for promising members, pooling resources to fund public projects that would serve as practical tests. Reputation accrued through repeated service, rather than lineage. Prestige depended on visible ascent. For artists and performers, the city provided both a stage and a constraint. Creativity was valued insofar as it advanced the public good, and could be witnessed and passed on, not hoarded as private capital. Tensions followed inevitably. Families sometimes hoarded private plaques as insurance against communal loss or future political wins. Political actors attempted to orchestrate displays that exaggerated contribution. In response, the council refined procedures, added stricter witness rules, developed cross-checks by rotating auditors, and introduced penalties for illicit cashes. These legal innovations show a polity learning through practice, adjusting ritual mechanics in light of manipulation. But private longing persisted. Hidden jars and sealed boxes reveal that many could not fully surrender their names, even under the strongest social sanctions. These caches are the archaeological signatures of resistance. Private, clandestine, often ritualized in ways that mirror public rites, but invert their ethics. That resistance complicated encounters with outsiders. When neighboring powers sought to annex reclaimed names as trophies, they often failed. Legitimacy in these cities did not derive simply from possession of artifacts. It depended on ongoing witness. A conqueror could seize a plaque, but without the community's ritual assent it remained inert. Archaeologists consequently unearth a paradox: elaborate ritual infrastructure and abundant ceremonial tokens, alongside private caches, that testify to human resistance. The result is a history theatrical and elusive, a polity that made both mercy and accountability legible through performance, and whose vanished names prompt us to learn how memory and collective choice must be balanced. On the economic front, temporary honor restructured markets. Craftsmen could not capitalize on hereditary prestige. Loans and trade depended on recent civic standing. This encouraged mobility. Talented newcomers could rise by service, and lenders shifted risk assessment from genealogy to recent proof of contribution. Guilds pooled resources, not only for production, but to sponsor projects used as tests: the public repair of a granary, the building of a shared cistern, practical acts that doubled as evidence of worth. The circulation of prestige thus incentivized repair and reliability, rather than hoarding of privilege. Prestige became active rather than static. Culturally, the ritual architecture produced inventive mnemonic arts that functioned as legal technology. Poetry, music, and drama became forensic tools. Canonical songs encoded precedent, so deviation signaled forgery. Musicians memorized legal strophes that verified witness claims. The wrong stanza could delegitimize testimony. Education integrated ritual fluency into training, spreading the city's procedures as a public grammar. The result was a society in which knowledge and memory were embodied practices, transmitted by apprenticeship, rehearsal, and communal performance. Yet the system had costs. Because honors expired or were ritualized away, many notable workers left scant named traces. Historians are forced to read process rather than plaque to reconstruct lives. Private caches survive, sealed chests or jars bearing names hidden by families, but they are rare and morally fraught. Recovering them can repair identity, but risks overturning an ancient civic bargain intended to limit dynastic accumulation. Modern scholars therefore often prefer to reconstruct practices and obligations, rather than to insist on personal attribution. The cities of returned names thus raise a central normative problem: can a polity design forgetting as governance without producing historical invisibility? Their record suggests both promise and peril. Anonymity hindered dynastic capture and encouraged mobility, but it also complicated long-term attribution and succession, making restorative narratives harder to construct. The modern consequence is a past rich in technique and custom, but sparse in named biographies. The lesson is not an indictment of the polity's choice. Rather, it is an invitation to think differently about restitution, that restoring a name today may require more than publication. It may demand the creation of obligations that return advantage to the collective. Archaeological strata in the cities of returned names present an interdisciplinary puzzle: ceremonial design and deliberate ephemerality layered upon daily life. Excavators uncover stages built for public adjudication, processional avenues worn by generations, and modular panels with dovetailed fittings, indicating rapid insertion and removal. The urban plan itself is a record of ritual. Processional lines align with civic nodes. Amphitheaters face civic squares, rather than private compounds, and workshops cluster near forums, so the work proving worth could be performed and witnessed with ease. The presence of molds for bands and thin plaques, engineered to melt under ritual heat, suggests a material apparatus intentionally designed to facilitate both visibility and disappearance. Workshops held more than tools, they held protocols. Furnaces appeared sized for ceremonial consumption, rather than industrial throughput. Acoustic planners oriented amphitheaters for speech intelligibility, to ensure testimony could travel across crowds. The built soundscape, arches, hollows, tiled corridors, functioned as adjudicative technology. Civic auditors maintained not only ledgers, but also songs and refrains, mnemonic devices that aided collective recall while resisting fossilization. The physical environment thereby acted as an extension of law, material constraints, shaping what processes could occur and how evidence would be verifiable. Politically, the ritual of return functioned as conflict resolution. Petitioning allowed parties to negotiate memory and obligation. A mediator who reconciled feuding neighborhoods might be restored to public standing, on condition they led a shared communal repair, binding restoration to measurable work. Petitions sometimes served to heal wounds. Return of a name could act as public forgiveness and a mechanism for reintegration. But the system also left openings for abuse. Factions could stage ostentatious contributions to sway councils, and fraudulent witnesses occasionally attempted false testimony. The institutional response evolved, rotating panels of judges, cross-guild attestations, where multiple trades verified a candidate's contribution, and public audits increased the system's resilience. These adaptations show a polity learning to calibrate ritual and law against human ingenuity. Economically, temporary honor shaped market behavior dramatically. Craftsmen lacked the capacity to capitalize on hereditary prestige. Instead, they invested in public demonstration and short-term reputational capital. Loan structures adapted. Credit was extended based on recent civic standing rather than ancestral collateral. Guilds pooled resources to sponsor public projects, functioning as tests for restoration, effectively underwriting a civic credit system. This arrangement favored repair and reliability. It also encouraged practical innovations timed to restoration seasons, stimulating technical creativity that circulated quickly because no single actor could monopolize long-term advantage. Culturally, the system produced mnemonic arts of rare subtlety. Poetry, music, and drama were repurposed as evidentiary technologies. Canonical songs encoded precedent, so deviations signaled forgery. Musicians memorized legal strophes that validated witness claims. Dramatists staged reenactments to test the veracity of disputed acts. Education combined craft and rhetoric. Apprentices learned not only how to shape metal or weave cloth, but how to recite civic refrains and to present technical demonstrations before auditors. This integration created citizens whose skills were not only practical, but performative and legal. Memory became embodied and communal. Yet these systems' costs and limits surface in the archaeological record. Many skilled workers left few named traces, because honors expired, and private caches, sealed jars and hidden boxes bearing names, are rare but emotionally charged when found. Modern historians must therefore read process rather than plaque to reconstruct lives, examine guild records, trace patterns of public project sponsorship, and interpret songs and refrains as legal evidence. This methodological shift requires interdisciplinary collaboration. Archaeologists, ethnomusicologists, legal anthropologists, and conservators, to reconstruct not only what people did, but how the public performed and validated it. One of the most significant legacies of these cities is how their practices diffused. When collapse or migration dispersed artisans and ritual specialists, the techniques for bands, token molds, and conditional restoration traveled with them. In some regions, policies of temporary honor were adopted whole. In others, only the tools migrated and were repurposed. The result is a patchwork of successors. Polities where the technique existed, but lacked the original ethic, and others that retained both tool and moral framework. Material similarity therefore does not guarantee shared civic philosophy. Context and institutional rules matter. This complexity is central to modern debates over whether recovered artifacts should be used to reconstruct lineages, as similar objects in neighboring regions might indicate replication, rather than continuous tradition. Ethical debates around disclosure of recovered names are fierce. Descendant communities differ. Some ask for restoration and public recognition to reclaim identity and land claims. Others prefer silence as a way of honoring an ancient ethic that prevented accumulation of power. Museums and archives manage these tensions in varied ways: restricted digital access, community-controlled repositories, or public exhibits framed around the civic logic, rather than individual names. The prevailing best practice emphasizes consultation, iterative decision-making, and sometimes restorative conditions. A restored name may be released publicly, only if accompanied by community-benefiting commitments, echoing the city's own logic that restoration must return social value. The theoretical question these cities pose remains urgent. Can forgetting be designed as governance without producing historical invisibility? Their record suggests ambivalence. Temporary honors prevented dynastic capture and promoted mobility, yet the policy produced sparser named biographies and complicated long-term succession. The modern consequence is a past rich in practices and technique, but poor in named lives. The cities of returned names then provide a provocative model. Memory can be governed to prevent concentration of power, but doing so requires robust institutions to preserve social continuity and equitable mechanisms for restoration when needed. Their ruins challenge modern assumptions about individuality, inheritance, and the ethics of remembering, offering a civic imagination that treats memory as both a communal responsibility and a regulated resource. When the cities of returned names fell, by drought, war, trade collapse, or slow demographic change, their legal and ceremonial technologies scattered, sometimes intact and sometimes distorted. Refugee craftsmen carried molds and furnaces to neighboring towns. Ritual specialists found patronage in courts that valued spectacle. Singers sold refrains to traveling troops. Yet the insistence on conditional naming complicated how their legacy was absorbed. In places that adopted the mechanics, but not the moral constraints, soluble plaques became tools of obfuscation rather than democratization. They were used to erase inconvenient records or to hide the crimes of powerful patrons. In other places, the principle of temporary honor persisted. Such polities institutionalized rotation and made restoration conditional, continuing the ethic of accountability. Archaeologists find material signatures of diffusion, matching kiln temperatures across regions, alloy compositions recurring in distant blades, processional arcs echoed in town plans far from the plain. Often these technical patterns are accompanied by variation in legal texts. Some regions preserved rigorous rotation and auditing. Others turned the mechanism to different ends. Hidden caches provide glimpses into genealogies, but those caches are contested. Debates over ethical restoration flare when names resurface. Some descendant communities seek disclosure to reclaim lost lineages and rights. Others emphasize the ancestors' civic choice to limit permanence and request continued silence. The stewardship of such finds requires sensitive negotiated practices, and often legal frameworks that recognize communal rights and historical agency. The cities pose a deep theoretical challenge. Can forgetting be an instrument of justice without producing historical invisibility that harms descendants? Their record answers with nuance. The policy can prevent dynastic capture and encourage mobility, but it can also leave gaps that complicate identity and restitution. Modern institutions must therefore consider not just recovery, but also responsibility, how to reintegrate names in ways that benefit communities and align with the original ethics spirit. Practical approaches emerging include conditional restoration, names returned only if families undertake public projects or commit to communal service, mirroring the city's own mechanisms and ensuring that reclamation repairs social fabric rather than privileges a single lineage. There is finally a moral lesson entwined in this paradox. By making names conditional, the cities insisted that memory be actively earned and maintained through public contribution. That ethic privileges repair over hoarding, continuous action over fossilized claim. It models an alternative public technology of memory, one that resists ossified privilege and demands continual reciprocity. The sensory traces left by these places, processional stones worn by feet, amphitheater benches smoothed by breath and song, bands with knot patterns still visible in molds, invite us to read forms as law. They call on us to think about how our own institutions might design remembering differently, to create honors that renew rather than entrench, to tie restoration to social benefit, and to maintain humility about the gifts of fame. These cities teach that memory is a tool to be governed, not an inert archive, Their vanished names urge us to ask not only whose stories survive, but how memory shapes power and who benefits from commemoration. The answer the cities of return names offer is surprisingly modern. Democracy is as much about the design of remembrance as it is about ballots. Justice can be encoded in the ways a society allows or forbids names to persist. Their ruins are therefore not only archaeological sites but living lessons, pressing us to imagine civic forms that bind honor to duty and to respect a past that sometimes chose to be, deliberately, temporary. There are cities that speak not in stone but in return, places where every wall seems to answer a question no one asked aloud. The echo citadels sit on knolls that catch wind, like the ribs of an enormous instrument. Their streets curve in arcs calculated not merely for movement, but for resonance. When the wind passes, certain alleys hum. Stone buttresses ring faintly like struck bells. That acoustic architecture is not accidental. The builders tuned plazas and corridors to carry sound across neighborhoods, to fold speech into public memory, and then, crucially, to return it elsewhere altered, softened, anonymizing. In such citadels, a decree read in the market is never the same note when it reaches the granary. The city engineered a kind of systemic misremembering so that words could be heard but not hoarded. This was a polity that treated memory as a circulating medium and designed acoustic devices to prevent the accumulation of unchallengeable narratives. When archaeologists first cleared the rubble of a central theatre, they found not statues of founders, but rows of resonators, ceramic lenses embedded in the pavement, subterranean channels that carried echoes into terracotta vats, and galleries whose curvature masked the speaker's voice by the time it reached the registers. The political logic was transparent, once the principle was understood. By making public praise transitively unreliable, the society prevented the crystallization of personality cults. A celebrated speech could not be replayed verbatim decades later to aggrandize heirs who had no claim to the original moral authority. The materiality of this choice is everywhere. Civic spaces include return chambers, cavities under floor slabs, where carved tablets were placed for a season. A ritual-registered voice would be sung into a chamber, and the tablet sealed, only to be reopened later, when the voice returned, changed, blurred, lacking names. These tablets were not simply records, they were instruments tuned to degrade clarity intentionally. Their surfaces absorbed syllables in microscopically uneven grooves, and when read aloud after a season, phrases fell through them, like water through reed beds, leaving only conceptual residues, commands, obligations, values, without the personal markers that might allow later factions to anchor power. The citizen thus learned early to value pattern over person. Children were taught to chant civic lines in call and response, to ensure the community, not the orator, kept the rhythm. Poets were commissioned to craft refrains that could survive distortion, resistant to appropriation, while the same poets were forbidden from composing epics that celebrated single lives in unassailable ways. The result was a cultural grammar that prized continuity of function rather than continuity of fame. Yet human beings are inventive in subverting constraints. Even in a city designed to scatter the voice, private caches appeared. Families carved small flutes, whose tones reproduced a specific timbre associated with a household line. Artisans hid molds for nameplates in wells. Scribes taught secret cipher patterns to storing houses of the affluent. Archaeologists find corrosive evidence, shards of tuning pipes hidden beneath hearths, sealed amphorae, containing compressed reeds cut to exact lengths. These items are often found in rooms that otherwise conform to the civic ethic. Doors that open to communal courtyards, benches placed for conversation rather than praise. The hidden instruments testify to a private grief or aspiration, the desire to be heard unchanged, to have a particular cadence survive intact. Such pockets of resistance remind us that societal design and personal longing always interact. The echo citadels did not eradicate the impulse to persist, they channeled it, making private memory illicit and public memory communal. The polity's institutions underpinned this acoustic ethic with law and ritual. The Council of Reverberation, overseen by rotating magistrates, regulated public speech, issuing licenses for proclamations, and defining ceremonial seasons during which certain voices were permitted, and then required to be neutralized. The process was theatrical and juridical. Speakers took oath under a resonant dome, their words were cast into a return chamber, and witnesses signed ephemeral chords, whose knots recorded only that the ritual occurred, not who had spoken. Legal disputes evolved accordingly. Without reliable transcripts, adjudication relied on bodily proof and performative reenactment. A litigant might be required to demonstrate a compact in the presence of multiple witnesses, who could attest to the performance rather than to the transcript. Artisans re-performed techniques to establish provenance. Leaders proved their legitimacy by executing tasks before an assembly, not by citing lineage. The civic theology resembled a formal religion of process. Legitimacy accrued to those who enacted responsibility publicly and repeatedly. Office holding became a practice, not a patrimony. Technically, managing uncertainty at scale required administrative sophistication. The council maintained an infrastructure of acoustic engineers, ritual technicians and auditors, who inspected return chambers, to ensure seals had not been tampered with, and that nodes producing clarity had been correctly neutralized. There were ceremonial custodians who tuned resonators in scheduled cycles and auditors, who used comparative listening tests, groups aligned along staircases, who would hum standardized refrains and measure decay. The infrastructural investments were substantial and reflect a polity that made social stability dependent on engineered forgetfulness. The Echo Citadel's planners recognized that the accumulation of unchallengeable narrative is not a neutral cultural byproduct, but a political hazard. Their solution made social life robust in some ways. No single family could claim immutable moral authority, but brittle in others. When famine, war or migration disrupted the ritual engines, the very mechanisms that prevented monopolies also inhibited coordinated response, because unambiguous leadership was difficult to produce on demand. When catastrophe visited, whether through drought that emptied cisterns, seismic waves that damaged subterranean channels, or raiders who sought to weaponize memory, the city's diffusionary architecture shaped both collapse and afterlife. Neighboring peoples who encountered the ruins misinterpreted the blank stelae and the scattered resonators as evidence of barbarism or primitive muddle. In truth, the design had long been pragmatic and intentional. Craftspeople fleeing the citadels carried tuning knowledge into new polities. They rebuilt resonant chambers in private houses and replicated acoustic jars in temple corners. Yet the polity's legacy is paradoxical. While methods diffused, the names that once harmonized public life remained stubbornly absent. The Echo Citadels thus contributed technique, but not titular authorship to successor societies. Their songs survive as forms and refrains, but the particular voices that composed them have been erased by design. Modern scholars face ethical dilemmas when Cash's surface should a hidden flute be restored, and its family name publicized, reversing an ancient decision that made names fragile, or should the hidden instrument be returned to descendant communities with options for private commemoration. Increasingly, archaeologists propose collaborative frameworks. Discovery leads to consultative processes with local heirs, with options ranging from private custody to controlled publication. The Echo Citadels force us to reckon with what it means to undo a polity's chosen anonymity. Their stones are instructive. Silence can be designed, forgetting can be civic, and voices can be transformed into communal instruments rather than private treasures. Respecting that design is not merely an antiquarian nicety. It is a political judgment about how power should be distributed across generations. The Citadel's music lingers faintly in the mind, a reminder that some societies engineered their memory to keep the future from being owned by the past. The acoustic doctrine of the Echo Citadels extended beyond politics into aesthetics, economics, and identity. Markets were organized to reward replicable acts, rather than to honor the solitary genius. A craftsman's product might be stamped with a group sigil, an emblem identifying a workshop collective, rather than with an individual signature. This practice dissolved the usual line between creator and community, encouraging innovation to spread quickly, because credit could not be monopolized by heirs. Economic incentives were thus channeled into performance, reputation translated into immediate trade partnerships, and seasonal privileges, rather than into enduring patrimony. The consequence was a dynamic commercial environment in which talent and competence mattered for their present effects, fueling experimentation. But it also meant that longitudinal accumulation of prestige was difficult. Successful workshops had to keep performing, teaching new hands, and renewing their communal warrant through public demonstrations. The result was a kind of meritocratic treadmill, social mobility possible, but never secure. The acoustic ethic influenced religion and aesthetics as well. Temples in the citadels emphasized communal chant and coordinated ritual over individual sermons. Priests trained in harmonics learned to project voice so that accountability became an embodied practice. The whole congregation learned to modulate speech, to notice when a cadence did not fit, and to recognize the difference between ritual sound and private persuasion. Artisans developed forms of ornamentation designed for transients, paints that flaked in prescribed seasons, murals applied over removable panels, so that visual culture mirrored vocal culture's commitment to circulation and renewal. Poets composed refrains that functioned as civic mnemonics, short chants that encoded legal principles. Those refrains were passed orally and modified to avoid fossilization. The artistic ethic favored iteration over monumentality. Masterpieces existed only in performance, in the moment they were produced, and were then expected to fade. For historians, this presents delights and frustrations. Rich layers of technique and practice endure, but evidence for particular artists is ephemeral. The social texture of the citadels also reveals friction between formal design and human desire. Despite systemic anonymity, families developed reputational fabrics, networks of marriage mentorship and patronage that functioned as soft lineage. These networks relied on subtle forms of recognition, a shared cadence in a homeowner's singing, a privately taught tuning pattern in a family of luthiers, or the use of a particular scale by an artisan apprentice to a master. Such soft markers allowed continuity of practice without the hard anchor of carved names. They were difficult for outsiders to see and easier for insiders to cultivate. The presence of hidden caches of instruments, name tags and rehearsal notebooks, speaks to private strategies of continuity that coexisted with public anonymity. Sometimes whole neighborhoods preserved a tonal tradition that functioned as proprietary knowledge. Sometimes a single family would guard a resonance pattern that became a way to be recognized in lovemaking songs or market cries. Administratively, maintaining acoustic ambiguity required continuous care. Resonators needed tuning, return chambers had to be sealed and aired in scheduled cycles. Auditors required training to detect tampering. The scale of administration meant that the polity invested heavily in ritual specialists whose job was less about enforcing law in coercive terms and more about maintaining the technical integrity of social instruments. These specialists had their own forms of prestige, but their recognition was institutional rather than personal. They held rotating offices, trained apprentices in communal settings, and were expected to surrender public credit in the same way as other ceremonial leaders. The governance of forgetting thus created an entire class of professionals whose authority we might read as a paradox. They were powerful in effect, controlling channels of public memory, but constrained in name. This arrangement worked as long as institutions functioned. When institutions broke, the professionals' skills were often what kept fragments alive. Transferring knowledge to refugee settlements where anonymous artisans spun new variants of old songs and forms. The collapse of certain eco-citadels shows both the strength and vulnerability of acoustically engineered anonymity. When a major citadel suffered a prolonged drought that left wells dry and wind patterns altered, return chambers clogged and resonators cracked. The very technologies designed to prevent private monopolies of memory became brittle. The inability to produce clear authoritative speech at scale made political coordination difficult. Local councils struggled to appoint leaders who could act decisively because the mechanisms designed to prevent charismatic domination also made it harder for durable, unquestionable emergency leadership to arise. Some neighboring polities, those that did not practice systemic forgetfulness, sought to exploit this weakness, installing puppet officials who used written records and public inscriptions to solidify power. Over time, parts of the citadel's territory were absorbed. Its acoustic lore dispersed into private practice or lost as craftsmen died or migrated. The architectural residue, grooves for resonators, return chambers sealed with stone remained as archaeological testimony to a civilization that had tried to root memory through music and air, rather than through monuments. Modern research into the Echo citadels yields striking interdisciplinary work combining acoustics, anthropology, history, and ethics. Experimental archaeologists rebuild resonant jars and test how speech decays across corridors. Ethnomusicologists study surviving tunes traced to citadel lineages. Social historians examine legal codes prescribing cycles of neutralization. These fields converge in a broader conversation about how societies design memory infrastructures, and whether deliberate forgetting can be a civic tool rather than merely a cultural accident. When hidden flutes and sealed plates surface in excavations, scholars increasingly turn to descendant communities for guidance on disclosure and interpretation. Some communities welcome the recovery of lost songs as a way to revitalize cultural practice, while others insist on keeping caches private, honoring an ancestral ethic that valued distributed memory over named immortality. The Echo citadels thus continue to shape contemporary decisions. They teach that the ways a society structures remembrance echo forward, influencing not only who is written into history but how future generations choose to receive and steward the past. The practicalities of studying an Echo citadel are delicate and ritualized. Excavation teams approach sites with protocols borrowed from the citadels themselves, recording speech, performing test chants into chambers before removal of panels, and ensuring multiple witness signatures when private caches are catalogued. Some archaeologists argue this procedural mirroring is necessary, not as superstitious replication, but as an ethical alignment, acknowledging that the ancient polities message technology had a social function that physical removal might disrupt. In several well-documented cases, teams that followed such protocols found cooperation from local communities and discovered more contextual information because elders recognized and respected the rhythms of the ancestral practices. Where teams ignored these steps, they encountered resistance and accusations of cultural theft. The procedural respect thus tends to yield both better data and better relations. Technically, the analysis of citadel artifacts requires cross-disciplinary tools. Acoustic engineers model pathways using computational fluid dynamics, adapted for sound materials. Scientists analyze ceramic resonator composition to understand tonal stability across seasons. Linguists examine refrains to parse how mnemonic grids are structured, and legal historians reconstruct statutes that mandated cycles of neutralization. Together, these efforts reconstruct not merely the physical infrastructure, but the living culture that made it a civic practice. The result is both rich and partial. We can map the technology of forgetting and simulate how speech would decay across time, but the personal voices, the names and stories, are intentionally absent by design. This absence is not accidental. It is the polity's message about what should matter in public life. There is finally the human question: what do we owe to societies that chose to make memory fluid? The Echo citadels force modern researchers to ask whether restoring names is always an act of justice. For descendants who have lost lineage through enforced anonymity, the recovery of a name might offer a form of reconciliation. For others, restoring names could violate a social philosophy aimed at preventing certain forms of power concentration. Collaborative stewardship emerges as the only plausible ethic. When caches surface, researchers should convene descendant communities, weigh desires for disclosure against respect for ancestral intentions, and develop memorial practices that acknowledge both the lost name and the civic logic that consigned that name to the flow. This blended approach honors individual dignity, while recognizing that memory itself can be a public instrument, deliberately designed to protect the many. The Echo Citadels remain a provocative case in the archive of civilizations erased from history, not because the cities lacked presence, but because they shaped a public life that refused to fossilize presence into dynastic power. Their resonant streets, return chambers, and ritual knots are an architecture of social engineering that offers us a choice to respect an ancient design that traded named immortality for communal resilience, or to reclaim names in service of modern narratives. Both paths are fraught, both require humility. The citadels speak in echoes, and those echoes ask us to listen not only for what is said, but for what is intentionally unsaid. When ruins reach the surface, and the world turns its tools toward reconstruction, the Echo Citadels present a final test, a question about narrative justice. Archaeologists find themselves at a crossroads between the historian's desire to tell full human stories and the ethic embedded in the ruins that prioritize process over persons. Some argue that reconstructing names recovers stolen voices. Others point out that imposing names retroactively can itself be a form of historical violence, a rewriting incompatible with the polity's design. Practical solutions have emerged in the form of participatory curation. Museums house replicas and describe processes without naming individuals, unless descendant communities request it. Digital archives allow confidential access to hidden caches for family lines who can demonstrate descent. Public exhibits focus on civic performance. Sound installations recreating the return. Chambers hum, rather than lists of founders. The Citadel's material legacy also informs contemporary public policy debates. Urban planners and civic designers study their acoustic techniques to think about how contemporary public spaces might be structured to democratize voice, to prevent the monopolization of narrative by media-savvy elites, and to preserve civic discourse from the ossifying effect of viral fame. Debates about digital permanence and the architecture of social memory often reference the citadels as a historical experiment in making forgetting infrastructural rather than accidental. The analogy is imperfect, but instructive. Both social media permanence and stone monuments can fossilize advantage. Both can be engineered differently. In the end, the Echo Citadels teach humility about what history demands of us. They invite us to see erasure not simply as loss but as choice, an intentional shaping of memory that carried costs and benefits. Their echoes linger because they were designed to linger without anchoring, to allow a city's life to be remembered as process rather than as the triumph of a few. For those who study the vanished civilizations, the citadels are a reminder that human societies design memory as much as they design canals and walls, and that the ethics of remembering can be as consequential as the acts remembered. Palaces stand like questions. Great roofs caved, colonnades toppled, but the thrones, if you find them, are hollowed with a precision that reads like intent. These are not seats looted and smashed by enemies. They are instruments calibrated for removal, where other cultures chisel names into stone, as if to fix a person in history. The builders of these courts carved voids and channels, so that memory might be handled, mediated, and finally dissolved. Approach the Great Hall and you can feel the ethic pressed into masonry. The throne sits not on a dais of triumph, but over a plumbing of ritual, a lattice of drains and filters, and neutralizing pits designed to convert dedication into something consumable and distributable. The court performs an argument in wood and bronze, that authority can be made a condition rather than an inheritance. That office is a torch passed between hands, not a crown to be hung on a family tree. Walk the empty floor, and you notice details that read like legal procedure, encoded in architecture. Beneath the seat there is a compartment sized perfectly for a plaque or a folded tablet. Nearby, a narrow channel running to an inner reservoir suggests a planned procession from inscription to erasure. The basin at the center of the hall is more than ornament. It is engineered, its lip set to flood under a particular pressure, its floor lined with fine mesh that traps particulate, but allows dissolved residue to pass. Plasterers used mortars mixed with components that absorb metallic traces. Masons selected stones whose micrograin would wear smooth after careful abrasion. The physical language of the place is consistent. Everything is designed so that the act of memorialization is temporary, reversible by design, and carried out in full public view. This engineering was not a technical afterthought. The craftsmen who made these thrones belonged to guilds whose charters read like treatises in jurisprudence. Their workshops were adjacent to the registry of offices, parchments that do not list dynasties but terms of service, conditions of appointment, and the choreography of accession and renunciation. A plaque is not simply a plaque, it is contract, oath, and promise. The ritual by which a token is accepted into the seat, and then unmade, is described in the same breath as how to temper bronze, and when to recarve a fillet. Craft is law, law is craft. Witnesses are integral to every stage. Notary threads, cords knotted in specific sequences, tie around the plaque and then are burned after the ritual. Their ash is carried into the basin and mixed into communal bricks. Even the ashes are given a civic use. What once recorded a name enters the city's life again as mortar in a new public wall. The technology of unmaking becomes therefore the production of new common goods. Observe the social theatre and the political theory interlaced with it. Oaths are taken in public, read aloud before the lens of communal eyes, then sealed by the ritual that will ensure they cannot comfort dynastic claims. By making honours ephemeral, the polity places the emphasis on renewal and performance. Office holders know they will be replaced. Honours grant obligations as much as they grant prestige. In that sense, memory is redistributed as a public resource. No family can take a plaque as the beginning of an unassailable claim. No heir can point to a stone and say, "This justifies my rule." Power in such a system flows through cycles of work and witnessed responsibility, rather than through a fossilized ledger of names. And yet the human heart is slow to accept such constraints. Despite the architecture and law, people carried their private stubbornness into basements and chests. Archaeologists find tiny nameplates tucked into false bottoms, rings engraved with patronymics sewn into hems, varnished scrolls rolled beneath altar stones. These caches are not grand monuments. They are the furtive traces of those who could not wholly surrender their lineage. They represent calculations, fear of future dispossession, the need to anchor family stories when public forms insisted on circulation. To the thieves of such secrecy, the act was not simple rebellion. It was devotion, insurance, and grief folded into one. Such private practices complicate the clean narrative of institutional forgetting and force modern interpreters to confront a living tension between contractual civic morality and the human hunger for continuity. When these caches are exposed in modern excavations, they become ethical dilemmas. Do we restore a hidden nameplate to public memory, thereby undoing a civic decision that once constrained memory for a perceived common good? Or do we honor the ancient pact and leave certain things unspoken, thereby denying descendants a potential lineage? The question has no neutral answer. Community consultation, when available, provides moral compass. Descendant groups sometimes prefer privacy, other times demand restoration for identity or claims to cultural heritage. Museums and archives face the same knot: how to display a recovered dedication plate without converting it into yet another instrument of claim and prestige. Increasingly, best practice calls for layered approaches: private access for descendants, restricted publication options, and performative exhibitions that emphasize the civic logic of non-permanence rather than single-name triumph. But beyond ethical puzzles lies a quieter cultural story. The hollow throne is itself a pedagogy. Children in these societies learned to understand time differently. They counted honor as seasonally earned rather than as bequeathed capital. Poetry took the form of rhymes designed to fade, with lines intentionally arranged to be unsustainable beyond a generation without public recitation. Songs functioned as living archives to remember required practice and community. The public rituals that accompanied accession and renunciation forged habits. People learned to hold obligations in the present rather than to invest in ancestral privilege. This educational effect reshaped the social imagination. Communities habituated themselves to mobility, to rotation of office, and to the moral clarity that no single family could entrench itself through memorial permanence. Nevertheless, the structural intent contained unintended fragilities. The hollow throne works while institutions operate smoothly, while registrars are trained, auditors exist, and ritual machinery is maintained. When social systems falter through invasion, a pandemic of administrative capacity, or environmental collapse, those mechanisms break. Because authority in such societies often lacks deep dynastic anchors, moments of rupture can leave the polity without recognized custodians. External actors who do not share the ethic can exploit this where no named heir exists. Outsiders may impose written lists and inscribe their own names into public fabric. In other words, the very architecture designed to prevent hereditary rule may, under stress, make the society vulnerable to colonizing logics that write names into stone and thus claim forward power. The discovery of hollow throne architecture therefore evokes a double lesson. On one hand, we encounter a striking attempt to institutionalize humility, a people who chose to bind power to performance and time rather than to blood and permanence. On the other hand, we see how fragile such choices can be, reliant on customs, training, and social discipline that can be broken by abrupt crises. When modern archaeologists and policy makers engage such legacies, they must appreciate both the ethics and the vulnerability. Honoring the civic project of regulated forgetting need not mean denying descendants' rights to knowledge, but it does demand sensitivity to the original moral calculus. Finally, the hollow throne is a narrative device. It reframes how we think of monuments. Stone need not be an argument for immortality. It can be a technology for distributed responsibility. A society that carves holes in thrones and channels for ashes is making a choice about the future, one that says, in its architecture, we will not let a single voice become the unchallengeable voice of the nation. Confronting these ruins forces us to ask, what will we today carve into our own public spaces? How will we design memory to either concentrate power or distribute it? The hollow thrones silent in their courts continue to speak on that question with a remarkable bluntness. In their emptiness they claim a political imagination different from ours, one that prefers motion to permanence and collective maintenance to private inheritance. If the architecture of the hollow throne encodes an ethic, the law around it is the grammar, codices, and fragmentary legal texts, recovered near these palaces, read like manuals for a republic of renunciation. They are procedural with moral force, pages detailing who may propose a dedication, the minimum number of witnesses, the forms a token must take, the sequence of readings that render a name public for a term, and the precise method of neutralization that follows. The codes are not simple prohibitions. They establish a ritual economy where memory is a regulated commodity, subject to checks and balances. There is a jurisprudence of mercy built in. Families may petition for an exception, for temporary retention of a token, or for a scheduled transfer of a name, if the community judges the cause compelling. Disputes do not always read like power struggles. They are often agonistic conversations mediated through law, ritual, and communal labor. The statutes also impose sanctions. Attempts to preserve memorials illicitly are punished, sometimes severely. The logic is clear. If memory can be converted into collateral for dynastic accumulation, the polity's anti-fossilization project fails. Thus the law punishes private caching, not only because it violates civic order, but because it threatens institutional equilibrium. Fines are paid in labor or public service. Violators are sometimes required to undertake rebuilding projects, or serve in rotating offices, without compensation. The law is not purely punitive, however it aims to reintegrate the offender into the civic rhythm. The narrative here is restorative, not merely punitive. The aim is to return symbolic capital to the community. Administratively, running such a system demanded a dense apparatus. The registrar of return is the central figure in many surviving accounts, a person who oversees petitions, verifies rituals, and convenes auditors. This office blends bureaucrat and priest. The registrar must understand both chemical neutralization and rhetorical performance. He or she maintains term lists, records that do not fix names, but record holdings of office, and verifies that removals occur as scheduled. Auditors are rotating and often drawn from guilds. A mason, a scribe, a weaver attest to the procedure. The rotation reduces the risk of capture. No single family produces a cadre of auditors who could manipulate the system, because offices cycle. The equipment used in ritual neutralization, metal baths, solvent vessels, controlled hearths, are standardized and inspected by guilds. A failure in technique could leave trace evidences that defeat the purpose of erasure, so craft and law are tied, inseparable. The politics that emerge from such a system are unexpected. Where memory cannot be hoarded, elites must secure authority through continued service. Patronage becomes less about family legacy and more about ongoing performance. This structure can foster meritocratic mobility. Talented individuals can rise on the basis of repeated public work, and guild-based apprenticeships become routes to influence. Yet it also produces a culture of perpetual proving. Leaders must perpetually demonstrate competence. The psychological effects are not trivial. A society structured around temporary honors cultivates a public life that is energetic and deliberate, but also precarious. The reward for excellence must be earned anew, and that can foster intense civic engagement, but also exhaustion. When the polity encounters external systems that predicate legitimacy on lineage and monuments, friction is inevitable. Neighboring states that maintain dynastic cults misinterpret ephemeral honors as weakness or immorality, and sometimes use that misreading as a pretext for intervention. They bring engraved stelae and written charters, proclaiming permanence in ways the hollow-throne polity explicitly rejects. Those outsiders can exploit moments when the polity's administrative competence falters. Without stable onomastic anchors, the polity may find succession contested in ways that external actors can manipulate. Thus, the very ethic designed to prevent dynastic power can produce a vulnerability that imperial actors can exploit. This tension plays out also in the micro-politics of families. Consider a household that has quietly preserved a nameplate in a chest for generations. Their reasons might be love, fear, or hope for restitution. When such a cache is revealed, the community faces wrenching choices. Restoring a name can right a private grievance and repair a sense of identity, but it can also re-atomicize the polity's ethic, enabling an individual family to accumulate transgenerational prestige that the system sought to prevent. The solution, often adopted in practice, is negotiation, restoration on conditions. A name might be returned only if the family funds a public project, participates in a mandated cycle of service, or places the token in a controlled archive, accessible only under conditions agreed upon by a council. Restoration becomes not a simple revelation, but an act of civic bargaining. Again, memory is a resource to be governed. The Registrar of Returns' role in mediating these bargains makes that office politically potent, even as its incumbents renounce personal memorialization. Their authority flows from procedural stewardship rather than charismatic weight. They stand at the crossing of law and craft, empowered to make exceptions yet bound by norms that limit arbitrary favor. This concentration of authority, paradoxically, becomes the polity's safeguard. The institution that can authorize restoration is also the institution that must enforce the ethic. If it were captured, the ethnographic equilibrium would collapse. Therefore, the polity sets strict rules about registrar succession, rotation, public oath, and ritual unmaking of tokens after tenure, designed to keep the office from becoming a base for dynastic play. Practically, maintaining legitimacy in such a system requires robust civic education. Children are taught the meaning of temporary honor. They perform plays in which kings and queens are honored, and then their plaques rotated. They learn knots and chords, and the legal formulas for petitions. Storytelling and ritual embed the ethic of impermanence in the young. At a cultural level, this education has wide effects. Arts, literature, and public morality favor repetition and service. Heroes are celebrated in action, not in monument. Architectural design supports the pedagogy. Public spaces are arranged to foreground ritual cycles, and the material culture, tools, chords, plaques, teaches through use. The result is a civic ecology, in which forgetting is not merely an absence but a practiced presence. A competent citizens learn and pass on. Yet every system contains levers of subversion. The Hollow Throne's ritual economy creates possibilities for manipulation through prestige cycles. A faction might attempt to orchestrate repeated, spectacular public services, to concentrate honor temporarily, and using social momentum, transform ephemeral acclaim into durable influence. To counteract this, statutes insert dampening mechanisms, limits on consecutive honors, mandatory cooling-off periods, and rotating audits that cross-verify claims. The legal texts prescribe not only what to do but how to detect artifice. Their sophistication reveals that the polity not only philosophized about forgetting, but also anticipated politics. It engineered a legal apparatus designed against the predictable ingenuity of human ambition. Modern scholars studying these laws confront translation challenges. Parchments survive in fragments and in palimpsests. Many ritual words are formulaic and lose context when read in isolation. Interpretive care requires reconstructing not only words, but the performative sequence to which they belong. Ethnographic analogies. Rituals of temporary office elsewhere help, but the polity's specificity resists gloss. The best reconstructions depend on interdisciplinarity. Legal historians work with materials scientists to understand residue on plaques. Anthropologists reconstruct a social choreography. Conservators demonstrate that certain alloys cannot survive certain neutralization regimes. The interplay among those fields generates a picture of a legal culture that is both performative and technical. Ultimately, the law of Hollow Thrones asks a question about the relationship between memory and justice. By making forgetting a regulated public technology, the polity sought to distribute power and prevent dynastic capture, but it also accepted the complicated responsibility of adjudicating exceptions. Where memory functions as collateral, the polity substituted an ethic of labor for an ethic of inheritance. It transformed memorialization into an activity that must be justified in service to the public good. For us, encountering such legal wisdom in the rubble of palaces is humbling. Here is a culture that confronted the problem of concentration in a deliberate way, embedding its solutions into stone craft and statute. The Hollow Thrones thus function as both artifact and argument, challenging modern assumptions about how and why societies remember. The Hollow Thrones left a distinctive material culture, whose ordinariness belies its civic ambition. Their remains, grooved pedestals, sealed basins, filtered residues, speak to sophisticated knowledge of metallurgy, chemistry and hydraulics, married to ritual practice. Craftspeople deliberately developed alloys that oxidized cleanly, lacquers that flaked on command, and soluble inks designed to disperse under controlled conditions. These are not tricks of ad hoc manufacture. They are systematic technologies integrated into a polity's legal architecture. Take the metallurgy. Foundries associated with palatial complexes produced thin plates stamped with dedication icons and faint microtext. These plates were cast in alloys chosen for predictable thermal behavior. Experimental archaeology on recovered fragments shows alloys with particular trace elements that promote complete oxidation at moderate temperatures, temperatures attainable in ritual hearths without destroying surrounding stonework. The result? A plaque can be publicly displayed for a season, ceremonially heated in a controlled hearth, and transformed into slag that cannot later be reassembled. Similarly, lacquers used to ink inscriptions were mixed with resin components that degrade in specific pH ranges. The ritual washing prescribed in statutes mobilized neutralizing agents, clever recipes that chemists today recognize as formulations that solubilize pigment, but leave substrate intact. The technical craft and jurisprudence thus join in a single policy, make honors legible now, and ensure they cannot become a durable political instrument later. Masons contributed too. Stones for public facades were finished in a way that enabled rapid resurfacing. Quarry-matched fittings and microveneering techniques allowed a cleaned face to be reblended with the surrounding fabric with little sign of past inscription. Even the mortar contained absorptive additives that captured metallic micro-residue and distributed it into aggregate, used in non-public building work. These details suggest that the polity anticipated forensic analysis and took pains to prevent later reclamation through technical means. The architecture thus becomes a form of social engineering. Material choices are normative acts, aimed at reducing the future reconstitution of memorial capital. Yet technical mastery does not eliminate human creativity. Private countermeasures appear in the archaeological record. Families who sought lineage preservation developed micro-engraving, names etched on tiny metal slips, sealed in bitumen and hidden in the thinnest cavities of furniture. Such items sometimes survive because they were never exposed to ritual neutralization, designed for larger plaques. They are the mismatched tactics of those who lacked institutional access. Forensic work often reveals those slips buried in the joints of thresholds or under hearthstones. Their presence complicates narratives. Institutional forgetting existed, but private acts of preservation reveal the continual negotiation between communal ethics and family memory. The diffusion of hollow throne techniques beyond palace walls creates complex cultural trajectories. Refugee artisans fleeing conflict carried these methods into other polities. Their knowledge informed new practices abroad, sometimes with the original ethic intact, sometimes without. In some successor states, soluble plaques became tools of repression, used to remove inconvenient records rather than prevent hereditary accumulation. In others, the principle of temporary honor was adopted to limit elites' power. The same technology thus proved ambivalent, a tool that could democratize prestige when embedded in egalitarian norms or be perverted when paired with authoritarian statutes. This ambivalence is visible in archaeological sequences where similar technical assemblages occur alongside divergent legal texts and contrasting public architectures. Ethnographically, the hollow throne polity nurtured particular social habits. Apprenticeships, guild rotations and collegial offices proliferated because succession could not be anchored in name. Leadership training focused on teachable competencies and public demonstration. Instead of inheriting administrative memory, new state officials were required to re-perform those rituals repeatedly. The effect on social mobility was profound. People could rise by merit and be integrated into the community through continuing service. On the other hand, the lack of durable familial claims sometimes destabilized networks of trust. When institutions faltered, the absence of named anchors made recreation of authority complicated. Families tried to compensate by cultivating non-legal forms of continuity, stories, songs, and private tokens. These cultural repertoires preserved lineage in ways that legal machinery sought to prevent. One of the most striking aspects of this material culture is the way it frames modern ethical dilemmas. When archaeologists uncover a sealed jar containing name slips, the act of exposure is itself an intervention that collapses a centuries-old decision. The recovered item becomes a crossroad, returning it to descendants, placing it in restricted archives, or keeping it sealed replicates. In effect, the original debate about whether memory should be public or private. Contemporary practice emphasizes consultation, but that process must also reckon with modern asymmetries. Who speaks for a dispersed descendant population? How to weigh community needs against individual claims, and whether the restitution of a name today repairs or disrupts the social ecology that once gave rise to anonymity. These are not merely humanities questions. They are matters of governance, reconciliation, and the politics of heritage. The interplay of craft and law in the hollow throne context produces a striking archival problem. Unlike the monumental cultures whose histories survive in lists and cartouches, the hollow throne polity leaves an archive built on absence. To reconstruct a narrative, we must read negative evidence. The uniform absence of commemorative faces, the presence of ritual furnaces, the recurring pattern of sealed basins. This inversion of archival logic means that archaeologists become detectives of omission. Absence is itself data. It requires new methods, combining residue analysis, contextual reconstruction, and community memory, to produce coherent histories. The past appears as a field of intentional lacunae rather than as a rich corpus of names. Historians must therefore think differently, not merely who was there, But what was the polity trying to prevent by erasing them? At another level, the hollow thrones provoke philosophical reflection on how societies choose to hold the past. To make forgetting infrastructural is to make a moral claim about risk and power. It assumes that the danger of durable memorialization, its tendency to lock advantage into lineage, outweighs the harm of depriving descendants of named ancestry. The polity's architects balanced those harms pragmatically. They allowed exceptional restorations under strict conditions. They grafted civic obligations onto any restored memory, and they made procedural transparency the moral backbone of decisions. The result is an ethics that sees memory as reparative when performed publicly and potentially corrosive when privatized. That ethic is contested in modern terms, but it mattered deeply to the people who built those hollow thrones. Finally, the way cultural memory of the hollow throne polity persists is instructive. Neighboring peoples absorbed technique without always adopting ethic. Oral traditions preserved tales of ritual unmaking and of blank thrones, stories told as lessons about humility and governance. Some lineages preserved secret tokens. Others adapted the rotation logic to their clan councils. Across the centuries, the hollow throne principle influenced debates about monuments and memorials, and in many ways prefigures modern struggles over monuments and public memory. Who is commemorated, why, and for how long? The hollow thrones thus act as deep time interlocutors, asking contemporary viewers to consider whether honors should cement power or be instruments of ongoing obligation. The hollow thrones persist as potent symbols in contemporary conversations about monuments, memory, and justice. To stand before one is to feel the weight of a political imagination that refused the securitization of fame. But their physical survival is precarious, and their rediscovery produces immediate practical and ethical choices for archaeologists, museums, and descendant communities. Excavation teams working in palace precincts have developed protocols that attempt to honor the polity's ethic, while recognizing the rights of modern descendants. They proceed slowly, often sealing a discovered cache in situ, and convening advisory councils, scholars, local elders, and custodians who claim cultural descent. The decision tree is complex. A recovered name may be placed in a restricted archive, accessible only upon certified lineage verification, donated to a community-controlled repository, digitized under terms of access, or publicly displayed with interpretive material explaining the polity's choice to limit permanence. Each option carries trade-offs. Public disclosure can aid claims for restitution or land rights, but it may also reintroduce forms of advantage the original society sought to prevent. Conversely, withholding names can seem to perpetuate erasure. There is no universal remedy. Thoughtful case-by-case governance is the best we have. Museums have experimented with forms that respect the hollow throne logic, rotating exhibits, where honors are displayed temporarily and then taken down, community-curated installations that foreground the social procedures of the original polity, and performative archives that require public recitation or community ritual to access certain materials. Such formats mimic the polity's pedagogy, memory as action rather than as static possession. Digital technologies introduce new possibilities, tiered access, cryptographic sealing of records, and community-controlled databases that return agency to descendants. Yet the technological solutions are imperfect. They cannot substitute for ethical engagement. The political stakes extend beyond museums into law. In some regions, descendant communities seek legal recognition of hidden caches as evidence supporting land claims or reparations. Courts must then weigh the polity's ancient ethic against modern rights. Legal frameworks increasingly recognize the need for culturally sensitive adjudication, consulting anthropologists, conducting forensic provenance studies, and deferring to community preferences, but tension remains. A recovered nameplate can be both a legal lever and a cultural relic. Using it as the former may violate the latter's social logic. Policymakers struggle to mediate these competing goods. These challenges are not only external, they are internal to descendant communities as well. Opinions often diverge within groups. Some favor public restoration as a means of reclaiming identity and resources. others uphold ancestral choices to emphasize institutional stability. These debates surface generational differences. Elders may value the polity's ethic more than younger people who desire named ancestors. The negotiation is itself a form of continuing ritual. New communities decide how to relate to the old covenant of forgetting. This conversation is living evidence that cultural memory is never static. It is remade at each encounter between past and present. Academic practices have adapted accordingly. Researchers now prioritize co-production of knowledge, community input in excavation design, shared authorship in publications, and collaborative decisions about disclosure. Interdisciplinary teams combine materials, science, legal anthropology, and oral history to produce interpretations that are technically robust and culturally attuned. This methodological shift recognizes the Hollow Throne not as archaeological trivia, but as a governance problem: who may name the dead, and who controls the past's political purchases. Beyond immediate stewardship, the Hollow Thrones provoke theoretical reflections about the architecture of memory itself. Modern societies increasingly confront the permanence of digital records, viral fame that solidifies reputations overnight, and monuments that become battlegrounds for identity politics. The Hollow Throne polity offers an alternative paradigm, one that treats permanence as risky and designs forgetting as protective. Its lesson is not simple nostalgia for a lost ethic, it is a provocation. Can a community deliberately limit the afterlife of prestige to prevent structural injustice? The question is urgent, because our contemporary technologies make forgetting harder, while inequality makes the stakes of memorialization higher. There are practical lessons too: institutionalizing rotation, ensuring public verification of honors, and linking any restoration to obligations that return benefit to the community are policies that modern bodies could adapt. Civic offices might be designed with term-limited honors, and required public service tied to commemoration. Memorials could be reimagined as living practices, festivals that renew rather than monuments that fossilize. The Hollow Throne architecture thus offers a design language for equitable memory tools we might borrow if we want to tame the power of memory rather than let it become a tool of domination. Yet we must also recognize limits. The Hollow Throne system worked in a particular cultural ecology: strong guilds, rigorous legal training, and communal acceptance of cyclical honors. Its success depended on social norms and institutions that could sustain ritual labor. When those supports collapse, when war, disease, or economic shock disrupt maintenance, the system is brittle. A polity that lacks named continuity risks being swallowed by external regimes that write themselves into permanence. Thus, any modern adoption must be analytic, not romantic. We must design safeguards to ensure systems of regulated forgetting survive shocks and do not become instruments of concealment. At the end of the day, the Hollow Thrones return us to a moral choice about what public memory should be for. The builders of these empty seats chose to containerize fame, to let honor be visible, and then vanish in service of collective good. Their palaces taught citizens to expect transience, and to take responsibility for the present. Their fragments now ask us whether our own memorial practices concentrate power, or distribute it. The ruins do not provide a single prescription, but they do provide a sustained argument, embedded in stone, in guilds and in law, that memory can be governed toward justice. So when you stand before a hollow throne, consider the gravity of its absence. That empty seat is not a broken promise, it is a policy carved into architecture. It is the trace of a people who answered the old problem: how to remember, without empowering the few, with cunning ritual and craft. In our time, with our own contests over monuments and memory, the hollow thrones call us to imagine other ways, mechanisms that protect the many by limiting the permanence of the few, that demand service in exchange for name, and that make forgetting an instrument of civic health, rather than an occasion for private gain. They called it the last ledger not because it was final in time, but because it was final in method, the place where every instrument of remembering was gathered, tested, and then rendered small. The settlement sits where a dry river meets a basalt shelf, a liminal geography chosen for its liminality. The land could be read as shore, the stone as page. Planners located it deliberately between trade routes, so that travelers would always pass, and the polity's techniques could be witnessed and learned, then dissolved. The last ledger functioned as a living laboratory for the civic technologies of erasure. Here masons and scribes, smiths and priestly registrars experimented with materials and protocols that would later become models elsewhere. How long a lacquer must hold before it can be stripped without scarring? Which alloy oxidizes cleanly? How many witnesses are enough to make a communal vow, both binding and revocable? The polity insisted on testability. Their workshops looked like clinical studios, scales for measuring ash, hearths with precisely controlled draft, presses used to form tablets that were purposely engineered to flake on exposure to certain mists. The public squares were stages for demonstration. Delegations from neighboring towns came to the ledger to see how a token could be rendered irrevocable, to learn how a name could be surrendered without leaving a wound in the city's face. Yet the ledger's intellectual work was not merely engineering. Embedded in the testing was a reflection on memory itself. The scribes who drafted the protocols debated, in fragments preserved on wax-brittle leaves, whether forgetting created a civic good or simply deferred the violence of history to the private sphere. Some argued that removing names was an act of justice, preventing hereditary monopolies, and enabling social mobility. Others warned that erasure could erase accountability, that turning public deeds into slippery acts could let perpetrators vanish as easily as victims. These arguments shaped the ledger's ethos. Procedures would be rigorous, not arbitrary. Removal would be ceremonial, not clandestine, and exceptions would be permitted only through heavy public labor. The polity created checks, a multi-guild audit, rotating juries, and a public ledger of procedures that itself was periodically neutralized in the same ways as personal names. The paradox was put into practice as ethics. The city refused either pure permanence or pure amnesia, insisting that the community must always choose, ritualize and record the choice even as it removed the record. In doing so, it turned forgetting into a practiced habit, a civic craft honed in the last ledger's workshops. Material evidence supports this philosophy. Excavators find sealed vats used for dissolving inks, furnaces branded with temperature stencils for predictable oxidation, and ceramic molds intended to create blanks that were then accepted into the public archive for a season. There are also texts, procedural manuals scrawled on wax strips in a painstaking, almost liturgical style, detailing the rhythm of removal: inscribe, display, witness, read aloud, register the event on ephemeral ties, and finally erase in a public spectacle. The manuals list acceptable reasons for permanent exception, rare cases of legal necessity, or proofs of paternity useful for lineage continuity, and each exception demands compensation, public service, endowment of a communal project, or ritual reparation. Where exceptions were granted, the polity demanded that the family commit to perform tasks that prevented memory from consolidating into inheritance, public works whose benefits would be distributed rather than hoarded. The last ledger thus created a set of trade-offs. A named past could be restored, but only at the cost of obligations designed to return the advantage to the collective. These choices shaped social practice in decisive ways. The city produced a class of professional mediators, people who specialized in translating private desire into public ritual, negotiating petitions for name return and composing the performative liturgies that made removal meaningful. They were trained in rhetoric and law, in chemical properties, and in the aesthetics of disappearance. Their social prestige was substantial and paradoxical. They held the keys to both forgetting and partial restoration, but their own names were often intentionally omitted from the guild rolls, their identity subordinated to office. Families learned to live within the ledger's calculus. Some accepted public anonymity as a price of civic safety, finding honor in repeated service rather than carved plaque. Others quietly invested in hidden caches, jars sealed beneath hearths with names wrapped in resin, hoping to retain a quiet lineage for a future revival. The coexistence of compliance and resistance, public ritual and private cash, explains in part why the ledger's methods diffused. Neighboring polities adopted procedures, but often forgot the strict ethics that constrained exception, or they kept the apparatus, but used it differently, sometimes to conceal violence rather than to prevent dynastic capture. When cataclysm struck, whether drought that dried the river systems feeding their irrigation, epidemic that thinned the mediating classes, or invasion by powers uninterested in the ledger's legal subtleties, the city's carefully balanced machinery frayed. That fragility is visible in the stratigraphy, levels where furnaces run cold, where vats are half filled with blackened residue, and abandoned tools rust mid-procedure. The physical record is a story of sudden interruption, a season cut short, a ritual unperformed, names left in the air. Successor groups scavenged the mechanical knowledge, but often opted to adopt the moral constraints. The techniques how to smooth, how to oxidize, how to tune witness counts, spread widely. But the ethic, the ledger's insistence on ritual transparency, and social obligation in exchange for exception, often did not. This divergence explains much of the modern puzzle. When archaeologists encounter similar technical assemblages, ordinary furnaces, vats, molds, they must infer from absence or presence of legal texts, whether the polity favored egalitarian forgetting, or merely practical record clearing. The last ledger's particular genius was the interplay of craft and covenant. Technology existed to enable forgetting, and law restrained its use. That is why the ledger appears in the archaeological record as both a manual factory and a moral laboratory, a place where human societies taught themselves how to let go responsibly, not destructively. The tension between private caches and public procedure reveals one of the deepest human dilemmas. Should acts that empower a few be removed for the many, and if so, who decides when a name may return? The answer the ledger offered was procedural and agonistic rather than absolute. A name could be restored, but only through work that returned benefit to the collective, and restoration itself became another tool of civic management. The city thus positioned memory as currency convertible back into civic labor. To restore a name was to demand a social payback. This logic helped prevent simple inheritance, but it also made the task of historical reconstruction especially fraught. Names that surface today in sealed jars do not come with the ledger's required compensatory obligations. Releasing a name without context risks converting a civic instrument into private capital. Modern scholars therefore move cautiously. When names and tokens are found, decisions about disclosure are made with community consultation, and with awareness of the ledger's complex bargain. In short, the last ledger's legacy is not just of vanished names, but of an institutional grammar that made forgetting and restoration instruments for governing inequality. Its ruins demand that we think of memory as a managed resource rather than as a natural archive, and to weigh every act of recovery against the polity's original moral calculus. Beyond craft and covenant, the last ledger cultivated an aesthetic of disappearance. Its poets and singers composed pieces meant to be performed once, then ritually erased. Their wax booklets were designed to flake when exposed to sun, and were often read aloud in full during festivals, after which the remaining wax was melted and poured into communal molds. This ephemeral art gave rise to a cultural sensibility that prized the luminous intensity of the present over the ossified authority of the past. Music and poetry became vehicles for civic pedagogy, songs teaching law, refrains encoding legal formulas, and performances that served both entertainment and instruction. The ephemeral art culture made the city's public life vivid and intense exactly because it refused to fossilize. Celebrations were more dramatic, theatre more immediate. The knowledge that an event would not be repeated in the same form encouraged participation and honesty. The artists themselves found paradoxical freedom. Free of the pressure to monopolize fame, they experimented widely, but also faced the pain of intentional oblivion. Their craft demanded that they create beauty meant to be unmade, yet within that constraint, they found a sort of radical generosity. Their work belonged to the moment and to the people, not to their personal afterlives. Such aesthetics influenced private life too. Families with private caches sometimes commissioned ephemeral portraits, designed to fade, paintings on soluble board or songs written in transient inks, to circumvent law, while keeping the memory alive for a short ceremonial period. These private arts created networks of mourning and pledge that existed parallel to public rituals. Hidden jars containing names often lay next to such ephemeral portraits, combining stubborn hope and ritual obedience. A family might display a name during a rite but then watch it disappear in public, while keeping a private note sealed away, a compromise between communal order and filial love. The coexistence of public and private aesthetics is a constant theme in ledger strata, evidence that policy never fully extinguished attachment, and that concealment remained a human practice. Economically, the ledger's system also shaped exchange. Debt contracts were often structured as performative obligations rather than permanent liens. A creditor's claim might be recorded and then dissolved in ritual once the debtor completed a public work, ensuring that wealth could not be immobilized by inheritance. This made capital more circulatory and reduced the growth of rent-seeking classes. Markets thrived on reputation, on a craftsman's demonstrated skill available for immediate appraisal, rather than on long-term brand advantage. Traders preferred contracts that demanded visible performance and timely restitution, because such instruments fit well with the ledger's ethic. Yet the system had costs without durable collateral. Large-scale investment suffered ambitious infrastructure projects, required complex communal guarantees rather than single patron's capital. That constraint shaped the scale and kind of public works the ledger pursued, favoring distributed projects like irrigation networks repairable by communal labor over grand monuments, requiring single patronage. Politically, the ledger's ritual apparatus also served as a mechanism for reconciliation. When factions clashed, the city could negotiate a name's temporary cancellation in exchange for reparative labor, turning memory into a bargaining chip that repaired social fabric. This practice prevented cycles of revenge anchored in martyrdom and lineage-based grievance. The polity's experts in mediation, those mediators trained in translating harm into public service, were indispensable. They performed acts that modern conflict resolution scholars might praise, transforming contested legacy into mutual obligation. The last ledger's governance thus had an implicit restorative justice logic. Rather than leaving injury to fossilize and be invoked by descendants, the city required its repair in performative, publicly witnessed tasks. The idea was not to erase moral responsibility, but to move it into a space of communal restitution, rather than hereditary resentment. When the ledger's institutions were interrupted by external forces, foreign conquest, climatic shifts that altered water tables, or demographic collapse, the city's mediating classes were often among the first casualties. Their disappearance made the distribution of names messy. Successor regimes either co-opted the ledger's apparatus for their own purposes, using erasure to conceal political crimes, or they abandoned it, allowing memory to fossilize in new hands. Thus the ledger's cautionary moral remains double. The very technology that prevents dynastic capture can be repurposed by tyrants. The civic ethic that tames memory must be defended by durable institutions that survive shock. The last ledger's fall teaches that institutional design matters not only in principle, but in practice. The mechanisms of forgetting require maintenance, and without custodial continuity, they can be twisted into tools of oppression. Decisions about how to handle finds from the last ledger provoke vigorous modern debates. Many archaeologists insist on community-driven processes, in which descendants are consulted and their perspectives shape the disposition of caches and names. Some advocate for private digital archives, secure repositories, where names are preserved but not publicly broadcast, unless descendants consent, balancing scholarly access and cultural sensitivity. Others push for restorative disclosure, publishing names to correct historical erasure and enable reparative claims over land or artifacts. The ledger's own protocols complicate these approaches. Its ethic demanded that restoration be accompanied by obligations, a nuance modern systems rarely replicate. Thus, a contemporary restitution policy might consider not only whether to reveal a name, but how to require that restoration contributes positively to the descendant community, funding community projects, supporting local cultural revival, or facilitating educational programs that reconnect people to craft and ritual. This approach echoes the ledger's own calculus: memory returned only if it renews the social fabric. Methodologically, scholars studying the ledger combine material science, legal anthropology, and participatory practices. Metallurgists analyze token alloys, chemists reconstruct solvents and lacquers, and legal historians parse the fragments of procedural manuals. Ethnographers seek oral traditions among descendant groups, listening for vestigial rituals or songs that might encode lost protocols. Importantly, teams increasingly avoid unilateral publication of names without prior consultation. The practice not only respects the moral logic of the ledger, but also tends to produce richer and more ethically grounded scholarship. Instances where researchers published names without consent often led to public backlash and the withdrawal of access to descendant knowledge. The modern consensus therefore tilts toward collaborative stewardship. When caches are found, archaeologists pause, convene community advisory boards, and co-author decisions about disclosure, conservation, and reinterpretation. The last ledger's political imagination also influences contemporary thought experiments about memory infrastructure. Urbanists and policy designers, studying legacy and monument debate whether modern polities should incorporate cycles of neutralization, temporary honors that are renewable, rather than permanent memorials that ossify inequality. Digital technologists likewise discuss whether to build systems where certain personal data expire by default, reflecting a ledger-like ethic adapted to the age of permanent records. The ledger's past is thus not merely archaeological curiosity, it becomes a prompt for contemporary design choices about how societies should treat information, honor, and the distribution of reputation across generations. Ultimately, the last ledger is a study in balance, between remembering and forgetting, between honoring and preventing capture. Its remains are paradoxical, sophisticated technical residues beside empty stelae, procedural manuals designed to prevent consolidation of power, jars of hidden names that testify to human refusal to remain nameless. The moral architecture the city developed is not cleanly transferable. It depends on a cultural ecology in which institutions, rituals, artisans, and civic norms reinforce each other. When any strand frays, when mediating classes vanish, when climate alters ritual cycles, when external forces impose new logics, the system unravels and its tools can be repurposed in ways the original designers never intended. For modern readers, the ledger asks a difficult question. If a society chooses forgetfulness to protect itself, do later generations have the right to reverse that choice? The ledger's structures suggest an answer not of absolutes but of process. Restoration is possible, but it should be negotiated, ritualized, and designed to return benefit rather than to resuscitate private advantage. The city's ethic encourages us to think of memory as governance, something that can be engineered, regulated, and ethically stewarded. This approach complicates simplistic calls for full disclosure. It invites a political imagination that understands naming as an act with consequences across generations. So the last ledger remains both a ruin and a teacher. Its empty alcoves, its calibrated furnaces, its jars of secret names, these are the raw materials of a moral technology that sought to make forgetting an instrument of justice. The modern work of archaeologists and descendants together may not recover every voice, but in listening closely to the ledger's fragments, we can learn a different lesson, that sometimes forgetting is a design choice meant to protect the social order, and that the responsibility of recovery is to honor the spirit of that design, while seeking restorative paths that return dignity and agency to the living. You've walked with us through ruins that refuse to be read, cities that practice silence, and archives that dissolve their own names. These are not mere curiosities. They are civic experiments, choices about who is allowed to survive in memory, and why some stories are spared, while others are sluiced away. As the last stones settle, and the echoes fade, remember this: erasure can be policy, not accident. Forgetting can be a safeguard or a wound. What we call lost may have been purposely unseen, protected, or surrendered. The question now is urgent and personal. What would we choose to remember, and what should be let go to keep a common future fair? If these vanished civilizations teach one thing, it is that memory is not neutral. It is designed, contested, and lived. If you felt the chill of a hollow throne, or heard the faint hum of an echoing street, hold that feeling. Let it shape what stories you amplify tomorrow. Subscribe for deeper dives into the unspoken and join the conversation. Whose names will we return?